Hello and welcome. I'm Mercy, the Game Master, here to be Monsters, and we're so glad you're back for another episode in the Kingdom of Rin with us. This is episode 33, and today is the 7th day of late spring in the year 561. Last time, our adventurers started and ended the campaign in relatively similar situations. We began with a large, black as night, dire puma charging down a small slope at the party. And they managed to deal with that actually pretty well. However, they decided after the fact to go to investigate the den or ambush spot from whence it came. And in so doing, found themselves in some very dire straits. Druge ended up ultimately being saved really through an act of God, and the party, after trying their best, ended up fleeing for their lives from this large aggressive mama cat. We ended with them making their way back to the town of Capstone, and just barely at the tail end of a forced march, arriving in town to meet up with Auric, the stonemason, who's going to be helping the construction of Fort Leona, meeting them near the gates and offering to take them into town and help get them somewhere safe and rested. Thank you again so much for being here. Quick news on two other things. We do have a second campaign that runs in our same campaign setting in roughly the same timeline, and they are playing on Monday this upcoming week. That's Monday the 20th of January, 2025. Keep an eye out for that. That'll be starting at about 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And also, it's not too late to get your business set up and get your roles in for the month of January. If you don't know about it, we have a fun little thing that is headed up by Spio of the Moral Woes, which we'll put a shout out for in the chat in just a moment. And you can set up a shopkeeper like this one right here and run a business in the actual campaign setting where our campaigns run. It's really fun. It's pretty light. You don't even have to know anything about how to play D&D. There's really just a handful of decisions to make to get it all set up, and then Spio will generate a little bit of artwork for you. And once a month, you get together with him, either in voice chat or doesn't have to be in voice chat. Either's fine. And roll some dice to determine whether your business is profitable or not, how profitable or not it is. And it's kind of a fun way to get more people involved in what we're doing and to help populate our world with NPCs that have deeper, motivations and goals for their businesses. So thank you to the Mortal Woes for all of their support with that. You can find them on Twitch and YouTube at Mortal Woes, MORTALWOES. They run all sorts of great tabletop games of their own. And with that, I'm going to launch us into the intro prayer video. This is recorded for us by our good friend, the Bookfather, who will be linked in the YouTube video description. And if you don't know the context, this is a prayer that is said commonly by the people in the Kingdom of Rin around mealtimes or bedtimes, and the voice acting from our good friend really just kind of ties it all together. So thank you so much for being here, and enjoy.
The peace was lasting, long and true, from mountains to the ocean's blue. Man and elf and dwarf and gnome lived together, hearth and home. The cities grew, then kingdom came, the wise and true. Long may he reign. From cult to church, the truth was spread. The heretics were filled with dread. First they lied, and then they stole. The peace we had, no longer whole. They sought to kill and undermine, but truth was found before the time. We banished them, all but a few, then built ourselves a kingdom new, no longer marked by war and sin. Banar did give his grace to men. No gods, nor fiends, not great nor small, can penetrate his peaceful wall. From mountains to the ocean's blue, this peace will last us long and true.
For anybody who's not currently actively in the Twitch chat, don't worry, Amras is not in the void. He just could not make it here quite in time for the beginning. So we did not fill his spot because he will be filling it shortly, but there's no tech issue there or anything. So yeah, it is. It's not like super late at night, right? You guys, the normal kind of day of activities usually is kind of expected to end around dinner, supper time ish. So kind of somewhere in that.
We did force march for a few hours,
and then you force march for a few hours. So it's probably about 9 o'clock or so in the evening as you guys find your way in through the northern gates of Capstone. Meet up with Auric. Well, I guess are met by Auric, and he, offers to see you all off to your quarters / to get medical assistance.
Rubato, you think we can go drink now, or do you think you might not make it home?
You can carry me, right?
Try.
I'm getting my drink.
Maybe this friend of ours will come with us, and then he can just help me home.
I'll buy Orc a drink.
All right, yeah, we're gonna go drink. Orc, you want to come with us?
Kind of like grunts just a little bit. He's like, well, a little preoccupied at the moment because he was helping Alan died, if you'll recall.
Right.
But I suppose if we get this one here over to the church, then we can I could join you for a drink. It doesn't hurt to get to know my future employers a little bit.
Excellent. Also, if you need a place to crash tonight, my family usually puts people up that know me. You can get a friends and family discount tonight and hang out at our house.
You're saying that to Auric? Okay.
If he has nowhere to stay or if he doesn't want to pay for an inn. Know what he's doing. I don't know his life.
I thought he lived here.
Well, if he lives here, then he can go home. I don't care. Whatever he wants to do. He wants to crash after drinking with us. That's also fine.
He flashes one of his kind of signature big toothy grins and is like, hey, I'll never turn down a couch to sleep on.
Excellent.
We only have the one couch, though, so I hope you don't mind getting cozy.
He does his best to shrug, but again, while also like kind of tried to help Amras or Alandite along, while also being significantly shorter than Alandite.
Oh no, he's carrying me because I was the one who was.
Oh, it's you. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, I forgot.
Yeah, that's why I was like, hey, let's go drink first and then go home.
Got it.
He was carrying him.
He sent Alandite to grab his tools.
Yeah.
Right. That okay. Yep. Sorry. I mixed that up in my notes. My apologies. He's like, well, I suppose we're already pretty cozy, aren't we?
To the tavern. The tavern then.
To the tavern.
To the tavern. To my bed.
Oh, come on, Drews. You don't want to have a drink? Just one?
I was like, how do you think I maintain this physique, okay?
Just one drink. Only
As
one.
he's standing 6'5", 210, like string bean.
Drews, don't lie. I heard you when you got to the top of that hill.
All right. Maybe one.
Just one. It's okay. Just one drink. Just one little drink. It won't hurt.
I'm sure
All
one's about all I can take tonight anyways, so.
Well, hilariously entirely different types of damage.
What I'm hearing is we can drink more and take different damage.
How absolutely wrecked can we get?
Gotta catch them all.
I have no lethal damage left, no non-lethal damage left. My wisdom's 1, my intelligence is 2.
Just hit the bottom. Just going straight for the bottom. Sounds like the DM is trying to get us to do another drinking competition.
You do you, boo.
I will stand by and observe the drinking competition if one were to happen.
My incredibly high wisdom does exceptionally well at the drinking competition.
Are we here?
I have to move the minis individually.
Got it.
Yeah, I really wish I could put people in I wish I could create folders or something of unique minis. I'd love to see a little bit more back-end management. We'll say for the sake of simplicity that on the way by, Alendite uses himself to step into the Hirsch.
Lame. Party pooper, Alendite.
It was your only drinking competition.
I know.
We touched on it very briefly last time, but despite being, I think, fairly healed, right?
Alendite?
Yeah, he's still a little beat up, but he's okay. He's not on death's door or anything like that. He looks just kind of drained or kind of spent in a way that you haven't really seen before. Kind of after this moment of spiritual clarity in bringing about the sudden healing for Druge, and so he's been a little bit more quiet than normal, and kind of waves you guys off and excuses himself to go and pray.
Well, I'm going to be doing a different kind of praying, Alendite. See you later.
You'll be alright.
He went through some stuff there. Sounded like it was quite the speech he had. You caught that, didn't you?
I was a little preoccupied, so I don't think I heard any of it, but...
No, you were very preoccupied.
Yeah.
I was trying to survive at that moment.
You did exceptionally well at surviving there. I was worried for you. You started running off, and I was trying to do anything I could to take some heat off of you, but you were pretty far away.
I would assume that Bahir prefers wine to ale.
Oh, I definitely prefer wine.
I walk over to the barkeep and I will buy a decently expensive wine, but not super expensive wine because I'm a rogue and I don't spend all my money on things. And I will give that to Bahir.
Oh, thank you.
To drink at his leisure, and then I will buy something for myself and Druge, Rubato, and Auric. I still have most of my gold from the thing.
Right.
And just going back to briefly, Alendite and his unusually drained behavior, or whatever. I don't really know what's going on. So, if somebody wants to update me, but I guess I would say Drew sees that and doesn't think anything of it. He looks at him like a double take and is like, oh, whatever, and then keeps going with the others to the bar.
Oh yeah.
I mean, if he doesn't know what happened,
right?
Yeah, that's true. You were
also a little occupied.
A little occupied with bleeding.
Bleeding out a little.
rolling and bleeding.
Yeah.
And bleeding.
I don't know if you could call that tumbling.
I mean, I did play a pretty good speed bump for you, though, so you didn't keep falling down the hill. I tried to catch you, but I just couldn't.
And Drews doesn't even know that. If you
Yeah.
want to elaborate that too, you can, because he doesn't. He hit you and it was immediately like, so he doesn't know. What
Yeah, you. I don't know why. I don't know exactly what happened because I wasn't up there, but you just came like barrel rolling down the hill, and I tried to catch you, but I'm not very strong, so I kind of just stepped in the way and like was a backstop. So you just kind of collided with me, and then stopped moving.
You know, the last thing that I remember was taking a step to get away from
Thank you,
whatever
sweetie.
that monster was, and then all of a sudden it's like when you're standing upright and then you spin in a circle really fast,
Yeah.
like that blur vision you get, and then next thing I know I was opening my eyes and I was on my back.
You should have heard all the things Alendite was saying.
Oh yeah, he was really trying to get you back up.
Mm-hmm.
Was he making promises to massage my toes before bed every night?
Pretty close.
Yes. I
Kind
think
of.
he said that actually. You're gonna have to hold him to that.
It was more that he was practically begging Lana to like intervene.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen him beseeching Bana that hard. Not to mention the various I think they're angels. I don't know. I'm not very familiar with their religion, but he was talking to a lot of people.
Wish you would beseech a little harder or help you do the Puma that was up there trying to kill me.
I don't think it works that way.
I think it was trying to eat me.
I think his is more of a healing intervention than a smiting intervention. You probably needed my god for that.
Why didn't you ask him?
I tried.
Listen,
Rogue.
all I'm hearing is that he, through choice words, admitted that he does have a man crush on me and couldn't live life without me. That's all I got from that. And I'm
Sounds
okay with
about
that.
right.
Pretty much. He was like rubbing your chest and saying all kinds of things to a bunch of different people.
I'm gonna buy another decent bottle of wine for the table as well. But here, you can have that bottle. That's your bottle.
Supple hands.
I thought that was
I
Bayer's
thought I
bottle
felt some
anyway.
soft
I'm buying a
hands on
second
my
bottle. I've decided to buy another bottle on top of the ales.
Just as a quick reminder, by the way, Druge, you did like when you woke up, you did like you kind of like whooshed in through kind of this scene like what you're seeing on stream right now.
So that's what
That's
Druge
kind of
opened his eyes to.
that's what you saw.
Yeah, it was like a little bit more feathers, a little bit less birds, but like broadly speaking, yeah, that was the closest I could get on short notice. Was I described it as kind of like a swirl of feathers and like a bright light, kind of like flashbanged everything. And then you woke up.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I think Druge, aside from me, that is the most worried I have ever seen a Londite. I think you're growing on him.
Meanwhile, Alendite leaves me to die instead.
Yeah, I think you're growing further apart.
I feel like
I think if you cared a little bit less about the money and a little bit more about the mission, then maybe he'd be more fond of you.
Well, I care plenty about the mission because if we don't complete the mission, we don't get any of the money.
It's very true.
But when you're trying to pick up anything that shines in the corner of your eye on the way home, because it might be worth 2 shekels. Like,
I mean, listen,
you're
this is
slowing us
why
down.
I have a nice pocket of money, and some of you do not. Someone's got to fund the group here.
Not my fault that, my studies take a lot of funds. Also, I needed a new suit.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of that money we wouldn't have had if I hadn't collected all those falchions laying around. Just saying.
If only they were a little better shape. Why didn't the orcs have higher quality stuff?
I know.
They're orcs. I
They
don't.
don't take care of their things very well.
Well, I think most of their stuff is stolen. I don't like us.
You could have at least
Whoa.
shined them up.
Hey, watch how you talk about orcs. Don't forget. That's half of me, all right?
No, you take care of your stuff. I'm talking about the roving bands of orcs that don't take care of their stuff because they kill people with their stuff. You're different.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll take that.
Oh,
Well,
well, indeed.
time to head to a nice inn and have a nice bath.
I could go for
I
that.
still
Are
have
you ready to
one
go
cake
home,
all over
Rubato?
me.
Yeah.
All right. I'll kindly ask Orc if let's get him home because I cannot carry you. I apologize for being weak.
So did you, over time as you guys have been chatting, would you have been drinking some of what you ordered? Or
Oh yeah,
taking it
I
with
was
you?
drinking it the whole
Yeah.
time. So,
I still have half.
so Bahir had an entire bottle of wine.
Mm-hmm.
I still have half of mine.
The ale or the wine
just
that
have
I
one
brought.
drink.
I probably drink it about halfway, and then on my way to an inn, I'm sipping on it as I'm walking.
I have one non-lethal hit point left, so probably still the ale.
Well, remember, it's the alcohol doesn't do any damage to hit points. It just damages
Right.
your wisdom. and
I'm just
intelligence.
exhausted. I'm just real tired.
Yeah.
Can you get alcohol poisoning? And take actual damage?
That's not in the official rules, but that would be easy enough to to role play in or house rule or whatever.
Especially with some of the stuff Skabosh and Rubato be cooking up over there.
Yeah.
I failed my one check.
Like the first one is there's no well, I guess there is still a check. There's just no penalty to it.
I failed it.
The wisdom save?
Just because I was curious since you put the rules up.
Con save, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I failed that one. That's a 2.
There, Oric.
Great start, guys. Great start to the day.
Get him out now. Get him out now.
Failed that one.
Oh my lord.
I mean, I only had 3 drinks, so.
True, but you
Oh,
failed
yeah. Failed that one.
2 of the 3 so far, one of them with a critical fumble.
Yeah, that's a 10.
So you
Oh,
failed all
yeah,
3 of them, but one with
Yep.
a critical
That one.
fumble, so that's 4.
Okay. So,
And then I'm drawing a blank. I think it's 1d2 int and whiz damage per
Yeah.
fail.
Yep.
oh, I'm fine. My int and whiz are decent.
This is for int.
Oops. Grab Stronghold Builder's Guidebook. It's not going to be in
Oh,
there.
I'm okay. I'm just a little.
I'm just gonna be I'll be a little stumbly. I'll be fine.
Yeah.
Well, remember, if you're a 4 is the minimum intelligence to be able to speak languages. So
I'll stumble on out.
So it's a D2
What
for
happens at a
both.
full wisdom?
I'm double checking because apparently that's not in the Not in my little cheat sheet thing that I made for the bot there.
Start to drool a little.
Character who fails to save takes 22 points of temporary ability damage. Wisdom and dexterity, not wisdom and intelligence.
Oh, I'm totally fine. So it's a D2 for both?
Yes, yeah.
So it's D4 minus divided by 2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or a D20 divided by 10.
Don't make me math that much. All right.
100 divided by 15.
So this will be for my dex.
Didn't you fail 4?
Ooh.
You failed all 3 of your saves, one of them critically.
Fine, so
that's right.
You have to roll 2 more. So you've taken 4 dex damage so far.
You did roll a 1.
I'm fine.
6 dex damage. You got 1 more to go.
Why is it 4?
You rolled a natural 1 for one of them.
That's 2. That's double failure.
Yeah.
Why is it still going?
There we go. So finally didn't roll max on one of them. But
Yeah.
you take 7 dex damage.
I'm fine.
She's barely stumbling at this point still.
And then 4 for my whiz.
Yeah.
I am at 4
same.
wisdom.
Nice.
4 wisdom, and I've got like 10
So how much
dex.
is that? 2.
That's also 7.
Oh yeah, I'm fine.
12 dexterity. 12 dex, 4 wisdom.
All right, we're meandering home
All right.
with Auric.
My
Yeah, here,
decision making is impaired right now.
just for funsies, I'll roll.
Yeah, roll for Auric.
Okay.
I'll just go in the order that they show up in the box. So
Oh yeah,
he's doing
a
it.
fail, a success, and
he's
probably a fail.
mostly fine.
But yeah, he's like not even really noticeably tipsy.
Oh, Rubato, I think we should go climb on top of the towers on the wall.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Can't
And
even.
we can look out over the stars, while we go to
I
sleep.
don't think that's a good idea. I can walk you guys all to your sleeping quarters.
Oh, what if?
Well, I mean, Auric's here, so Auric can just be like, no, and pick him up.
Well, but I mean, he's not really beholden to any of you, like, other than very abstractly. So yeah, he just kind of like hefts Rubato up onto his back, and then is like, so where are we going?
I just kind of traipse out the door.
We're following that one.
I need to find an inn somewhere.
I'm going to the Inn of Skavash.
Yeah, we're just gonna go this way.
We don't explicitly need to move around the town on the board, I don't think, but I'll move us back to the town just for the larger scene.
No, we all need to start at the door of the tavern and slowly bounce our way over.
I should make an actual like a custom mini for Auric at some point.
That'd be
All
fun.
right, here comes my computer seizure.
Speaking of which, I was thinking of this. I think you had already Homer Simpsoned away from us during the Wednesday stream there by here, but we need to finalize the minis for your valets.
Yeah. Oh, my back. Ooh.
Oh, my minis here from the other campaign. There is a saved unique pig named Bacon.
Oh yeah.
That belongs to Barther. Well, belonged to Barther, now belongs to the party? Question mark?
Are we moving over? Oh, there it goes.
Yeah, I have to move the minis. There's no way to group move the minis, so I have to move you all individually.
We made it.
I can change your perspective as a group, but the minis I have to do one at a time. That's what I was complaining about earlier, because there's a bunch of
Mhm.
there's like 24 unique minis in there between the two parties and a handful of NPCs. What I should probably do is go through. Well, that'd be kind of annoying though, because I think it would show up that way in the initiative order. But I could make you rename your mini so it's like 1-Bahir. So then all the people who have a 1 at the start of their name would show up together. But
That's true.
all right, so Auric and Skabosh and Bahir, and Rubato are going back to Skabosh's. Drew's just going home, and Bahir is going to the tavern or the inn
Go
rather.
find an inn. Yeah.
Grush
I
has
can't
the
word right now,
fanciest
holy
bed,
crap.
so of course he's going there.
Race car bed.
Don't be a hater.
Not being a hater.
I was gonna say,
we're
he gets
saying-
all the chicks in
We're
that
saying
thing.
it's fancy.
Okay. And I mean, there's no reason that you all can't just make your way there over the course of a few minutes and whatnot. Is there anything that anybody wants to do or take care of in the meantime, or are we good to?
Is it a red race car to make it go faster?
It's red with a lightning bolt
Yes.
inside and the number 95.
Excellent. Even better.
Mm-hmm.
While I am at the inn, I'm gonna take out my. I don't know if I might be too under the influence to do that. But I was gonna say I'll take out my like armor maintenance kit and try to make some repairs to the slashes on my.
I could see this going terribly and
So
you
leather
ruining the
got-
armor.
Okay. Yeah, make a craft check.
Would that be detrimented due to his drunken nature right now?
Depends on
What does that
stat
even
that's
use?
based on. I think craft is intelligence based, so technically no.
Intelligence.
That's
Okay.
hilarious.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, double check the sheet.
It'd be a 15.
That's funny.
Craft is intelligence based. Yes,
You
I guess
can
that works.
craft while
Stereotypical drunken dwarven smith, right? Since drinking doesn't hit intelligence.
There's a 15. That's
15?
pretty
Okay.
good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not necessarily going to go through the whole like crafting micro rules and whatnot, but I'll say there is still probably some work to be done to get it up to kind of like full operating potential, but probably repaired like half of the damage.
Okay.
Oh,
Is your studded leather? Is that what you went back to?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is funny, studded leather like actually really exists. It's not really a thing. It'd be more of like I think it's technically a gambeson, which is like a leather or sometimes even like satin or other fabric that's used as like a mounting for heel boning or like almost like a Lorca segmentata type setup like on the inside of it. And what is perceived as the studs and studded leather is the studding that's like being driven into like the rivets and the metal plate that are being attached to the fabric. That's my fantasy rant for the day for you. But for the sake of studded leather existing in D&D for reasons, you replace some of your studs and like run some stitching along some of the like seams that are closer together and like patch in leather scrap that you have for like one or two of the others, and you just need some more time to like finish it up. Anything at home for you, sweetie?
Ready?
I was just asking if there's anything you wanted to do at home.
Oh, I go to bed. Gabash is just going to bed. Sleeping.
Mm-hmm. I consider following her, but then go to the couch.
I'll have to go.
Skabash, double check something for me.
Hmm?
Oh, I'm having Skabash, or whatever, Pixie double check something for me really quick.
Oh.
My pronunciation right now.
Okay. Pixie decided to theme all of her names and things around a specific real world language / language and dialect, but I have not been made privy to all of those pronunciations yet, which is why I frequently just say your sister.
Yeah, it's fine.
You might want to make a note in your notes or something to look at that between sessions. So as the three of you make your way into the humble abode, your sister like hops up and comes kind of like skipping over to you. Seeing your state of things. It's like, oh, perfect. I see you've already been to the tavern. Speaking of taverns, talk about names for the tavern.
Yog.
Yog. All
right.
That's a good idea.
Yog.
I'm really tired, and we might have had a little too much wine. Could we maybe carry this on in the morning when I'm able to actually pronounce words?
Kind of like whines a little bit. She's like, "You're no fun. Come on." Rubato said yes. What about, who are you? Whatever. Yes or no? Let's do it now. And Oryx kind of like,
Rubato. We should just go to bed.
I'll go wherever you want me to.
We're going to bed.
Okay. I'll try to think of some ideas though.
He's like, I'm far too sober to get in the middle of family. Where should I drop him off?
There's a room across the hall from. He's been crashing in. The couch is free. We have an extra house.
Oh, I'm fine, lad. I'll be on my way.
You sure? All right.
Just throw me in the door. I'll figure it out.
Thanks for dragging him home. I have no cover.
Mm-hmm.
My weak little elfish arms.
Oh. he goes to give you a bit of a bow before he excuses himself and kind of like flips on something and stumbles a little bit.
I am far too drunk to notice.
I face plant. This works.
He kind of like, you hear just like a little yelp. He's like, "I'm sorry, little lord," and goes to kind of like make sure you're okay, kind of like mother you onto the sleeping surface that you've been using.
Thank you. I can tuck myself in. Unless you want to read me a bedtime story.
I think if I'm going to be reading anyone a story, it should probably be my own kid.
Good. Well, you go ahead and go get back to your kids then.
He kind of starts to like give you a bow again, and then like thinks better of it and does kind of the hand of the forehead like flourish bow instead. Excuses himself.
I think he's decided that's his thing from now on. Yeah.
Yeah, I think just about every time he's tried to do any sort of like anything other than a wave has resulted in some sort of a fumble or stumble or something.
Good night. Thanks for the assistance. Now, where did I leave those potions?
That's never a good.
Just checking out my potions before bed. That's all. No big deal.
Okay. I wasn't sure if that was in or out of character. Rubato, make me a bot and back real quick.
Okay. So these will just be in order. Spot on left.
Well, when I say in order, usually I'm using in the chat log. So the order there would be 18 and then 14.
Yeah, that's what I meant as well.
Okay.
So actually really good for me. That is a 15 spot.
Okay.
And a 11 listen.
11 listen.
I have a -3 to both of those. Can't believe I got double digits on both of those. I've actually gotten pretty good with spot and listen recently. One of those cats I spotted, I don't remember which one. I think it was the very first one we saw.
I think it was the panther.
Yeah.
It was the emaciated panther. I was the one that found the tiger.
Not exactly, but I see it.
All right. So, you know how sometimes when you wake up in the morning, like you're kind of like you vaguely remember, getting up for a bathroom break or that sort of thing, like in the evening. Like it wasn't necessarily interrupted sleep, but you're kind of like, you've been awake once or twice. So, you sleep through the night. Everybody sleeps through the night. And when you wake up in the morning, you just kind of have the sensation of like having woken up once or twice, just kind of barely, just kind of a restless night. Specifically Rubato, sorry, not.
So I'm laying in the spare room by myself, just having a bit of a restless night.
Yeah. Like I said, it's not even enough to like interrupt your sleep. Just when you wake up in the morning, you're kind of like, because like woke up, whatever, heard thought I heard a sound, or like got up and went to the bathroom. Generally, a little bit more alert last night than you wanted to be.
Right. I'm getting up groggily. I'll kind of look around to see if anything seems off, but otherwise, just move around, move along.
Booty, how would you describe the room that he's staying in?
Pretty. It's got like a dresser, got a little bed pad thing he's sleeping on. Probably a window along the near the bed.
Nice little dog bed over in the corner.
Yeah, it's essentially like it's a spare room. There's not much there. The bed set's pretty warm though. Not like, we're throwing someone in a warehouse. Storage room.
Just toss me in the gulag.
Probably like a worn homemade quilt on it.
Like the crocheted type that's really holy.
No, more like just a quilted blanket. Looks like it might have been like either mine or my sister's when we were little.
So, as you kind of cast about the room, get up, stretch, kind of look around, you notice on the dresser, a small, black envelope, or a small envelope of black paper.
Get up and take a look at it without touching it at first. Wonder who that's for.
Like take a quill and kind of lift it up.
I just want to see if I can see if it has somebody's name on it. This is for somebody clearly, or.
There is no writing, but there is a small kind of silver colored seal at the on the back.
Pick it up and look at the seal. Does it look like anything I recognize?
Well, yes and no, I suppose. There is a small bird in the seal, but it's not. So I mean, you recognize that it's a bird, but it's not a
symbolism. Doesn't.
Not like a sigil you recognize.
Okay. Huh. Does it smell like anything?
Make a wisdom check.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Oh right.
Oh
I didn't think about that.
Well.
Yeah, I mean, just broadly, it's not like your nose doesn't work, right? There is definitely a sense to it. It's very kind of earthy, kind of or kind of herby, but you can't really pick up on any particular scent. It does have a bit
I
of
could
aroma
smell
to
it for you.
Since I rolled a 2 on my wisdom check, I open it up. I'm going to see what this is.
Okay. Do you want me to say it out loud, or do you want me to message you?
Ooh. I don't know. What do you think's more fun? I'll leave it to the DM.
Seems like he's messaging you.
No, I was thinking for a second. Yeah, secrets are kind of fun, but at the same time, it's also kind of fun having meta knowledge that then that you may or may not get to actually know.
It's true. It's true. Amlas says secret. Okay, let's do secret.
All
I'm gonna go with Amlas. We'll do secret.
I almost just messaged it to Amlas on accident. That would have been.
That's hilarious.
That would have been funny.
Secrets. DM whispers. Amlas, I would like to know as well. That's not a secret. Kabasha's sister is leaving me secret love letters.
You might.
I am quite handsome, thank you very much.
I mean, she is the middle child, so.
Trying to get into trouble. Flirting with the guy that's hanging out with you.
Right. Out of character, I suggest I theorize that it might be from Angela.
Ooh.
It's probably wrong though. It'd just be funny if it was. Reminding you that you haven't done her quest for her yet.
Very true.
You said you were gonna go north. Didn't do it yet.
I hadn't pre-written this out. I should have done that.
It's the bill with interest so far. I didn't even think Angela. That's a good one. It very well could be. I was originally thinking, I was like, I'm just reading one of your family members' mail here. I was almost not going to open it until I rolled that wisdom check. Then I was like, no, yeah, he goes right in.
That or I'm not there. Maybe it's from my guild leader.
Mm.
I'm not in the know of what the sigil looks like.
It's a birdie.
Well, I don't know that. I'm not there.
Mm-hmm.
Out of character speaking.
That's okay. In character and out of character, I don't know what that is. Just look at it. Oh, that's cute.
It's a menaphis. Bird, a stork.
In the other room, Skabosh is doing up her makeup for the morning.
Oh yeah, totally.
I'm getting possessed by a demonic letter. Standard Rubato things. That was a good one. There's the scruff coming back. What's Behir's morning routine?
Probably wakes up, does his exercises, runs around. Probably runs around town. Could probably run to, because that might be a ways from Skabosh's house. We might do a jog there to meet up with you guys.
You jog
after
there,
he gets all cleaned up and stuff.
Realize you got there too fast after jogging there. You jog back.
Yeah, it's too early, and it's oh, they're still sleeping in there, and then they run back. Yeah.
You better go make a couple more laps just to be sure. Are you winning something?
Yeah, I had to do a lot of. Well, not only was I debating about wording, but formatting kind of mattered too. You'll see in a second.
I was actually talking about Amras. He was
Oh, got it.
He got his controller up. Okay.
Oh, I did similar color, but that was supposed to say normal color. So
Ah. I grab it and I sit down on the floor and grab my spell book and start going through my spells for the day. That's going to make a difference here. And I cast Read Magic.
Okay. I'll send you the results of that in a moment.
As the sweat starts trickling down my brow from the last meeting I had with this person. Peeking around the corners.
There's an Amras.
Woo!
Ah.
It's our favorite tin can. He's back.
He has arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, Sir Alandite.
I'm going to get like my canvas that I don't have yet.
It's not super bad, but it sounds like your mic might be using the webcam mic.
Of course it would. Thank you. Windows.
Oh, yeah. It sounds like you have the tin can on currently.
It's actually, I mean, for a webcam mic, and especially like since I know you're in a fairly open space and whatnot.
Yeah, it wasn't
not
terrible.
Bad, but
I am Lass.
Hola.
there we go.
It's the wonderful, amazing chat mom who reminded me to stretch my legs today.
Mm. Okay. Well, that's fun. I'll be spending an hour or two in the room here dealing with my my spell book and this letter. So you can move to somebody else while I think about this for a moment.
Sure.
That's all right.
It is worth just a reminder if you want to try to put that in your spell book, it does cost 100 gold worth of material.
Yes, I was going to go look up some details on it.
Yeah. Sounds good. And then actually, as much as I hate to since Amrash just got here, but I at least need a quick bathroom break.
Also, I missed story time, so I want to ask Drew how he's doing and like.
Yeah, sorry, I was sending the last of the secret info to Mendez. So we really all we did was pass the night. They went to the tavern, and I thought it was fitting given your labors of the day that on the way over to the tavern that you excused yourself to the church grounds to go.
Oh, we're jumping right in. I was kind of like talking out of game.
Oh, got it. Okay, sorry, I wasn't. I thought you were talking in character since you said Druge. So my mind was like, well, hold on, you're probably in different places right now.
I could have said Dr. Huge Time, but yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say I'm still in my bed. in character.
Nobody calls you Dr. Huge Time anymore. It's just Druge.
Yo.
Yeah, that's That's true.
I'll be honest. I've been thinking about you like with real world events and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, if we have like a brief second, I can go over it if Murphy's fine with that.
Yeah, no, go ahead. I mean, we're here for each other too, not just the game.
Yeah. We finished Hell Week this week. We did lose one. They offered him a seat in the fast track, which would start in July, and so instead of going through 4.5 months, he'll have to go through. He only have to go through 2 months of it. But so now there's 8 of us. We made it. It was rough. It was really fun. I 100% would do it again if I had the opportunity. But yeah, just the entire week being blacked out. But like I can't being put in like shipping containers simulated where it was simulated like collapse and you can't see anything and there's all kinds of loud noise going on and you have to find your way out and being put in a wire box and having to manipulate your body and your cylinder in a way to not get caught through wires and you're on air the whole time and if your air runs out you like die and so trying to get out of the wire box before your air runs out and then they step it up and they put a wire box and then drywall at the end and you have to bust through the drywall before your air runs out. Yeah, just a lot of doing things without being able to see and on limited air supply. Super intense, but super fun.
Jeez.
So when you say you lose people, do they drop out or are they graded out for something or are they tapping out? Like, how does that?
It's so everyone that we have lost has been due to performance failure, whether it's academically or physically. And then we did lose one. He was dropped due to like he was insubordinate.
Oh.
Yikes.
Oof.
But the other 7 were performance drops. And then so this guy on Friday yesterday was like the culmination of the Hell Week. And it was a RIT scenario where we had to go in and rescue down firefighters. So we were like pulling out actual bodies, like our instructors. And for the entire 3 hours, he kind of just stood there, like didn't do it. And we didn't know that because we couldn't see anything. But the instructors are in there and they can see everything.
Oh.
And every time his RIT team got activated to go into the structure,
he just didn't
he kind of
move.
just stood there.
Dang.
Yeah, and like in a real world scenario, like you're like you're gonna die, and the firefighter you're trying to rescue is gonna die because you're just standing there. So yeah, that was a big no, and he got dropped on Friday. And I'm sure he stood there. It was like, I don't know if it was like a panic or whatever, or like, that's what my assumption is like when we got put in that scenario, which we had never been put in before, and he like panicked and was like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. And in that scenario, it's better to do something than nothing at all, even if it's wrong, like try, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
But so yeah, the last hard thing is on Tuesday. We're doing water survival, so putting all of our gear on and then getting pushed in a pool and then not drowning.
Our local FD used to do that at my facility. Both like their that in water like training / testing, and then also they'd come and do like whatever you want to call it, like first runs for water rescues.
Mm-hmm.
It's always fun to watch. I mean, obviously I never had anything to do with it directly other than giving them a quick safety briefing on what we would do if they needed help. But
yeah, as soon as I come off probation, I will be trying out for the water rescue team at my department.
Awesome.
But yeah, thanks for asking. Appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. Just the way world events are happening, it's definitely something that I'm sure is on more than just my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Sending good vibes
Yeah.
for his final week.
Thank you.
Yeah, when did you actually start? Like, I mean, I know approximately how long it's been, but
September 16th. That was the first day of class.
That's right, because it was before
4 months.
TwitchCon.
Mm-hmm.
We were all bummed that you weren't going to be there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Right, next year.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're off saving
Vibes.
people,
No, I will be putting in my PTO for TwitchCon months and months in advance. So that's not going to be a problem this year.
But those damsels, what are they going to do?
There's other
with that
firefighters.
name to hang
He
on to?
already has a damsel, though.
Yeah, exactly. Come on, man. You're going to get me in trouble.
Don't hear Summer hearing that talk.
Hey, not all damsels are like that. Okay, some just need rescuing, and that's that. It's end of the
Mhm.
story.
Mhm.
Yeah, you're right.
Also, some damsels in this case can be men who also enjoy a gentleman with glorious hair.
Right?
I mean, we still have the video evidence of you promising the firefighter calendar last week. So
Listen, as soon as it comes up, you'll be the first ones to know.
excellent.
Usually it's the firefighters with puppies. Or kittens or something like that. I don't remember.
We'll figure something out.
No, I remember that too. But there was going to be the special edition one where he was cosplaying as Druge. and
Oh,
all
that's
gonna be-
right.
All going to be thumbs up poses.
Oh my god. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Find 12 different ways to pose with a thumbs up.
You're gonna need a lot of green paint.
Yeah.
So much.
Oh man. And those things actually happen. It's not as common, and usually it's for like a fundraiser. but
Right,
those
right.
Yeah.
calendars
No,
do
no.
happen.
We know.
Oh man.
All right. Speaking of calendars, we pull us back in character here. It is the morning of the 8th day of late spring, 561. We know what Rubato is doing. Does anybody else have, and I guess and Bahir to a degree, anybody else have anything you wanted to do in the morning before meeting up?
Could I try and fix my armor in the morning too first?
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
do some more work on it. Okay. Here we go. 15 again.
So close.
Nice. Roll d4.
D4.
So
Three.
in regards to fixing armor, does my armor take damage from rolling down a mountain?
Well, I forgot what type of
Or-
armor do you have on?
Studded leather.
The same thing. Probably a bit,
Hmm.
yeah. Yeah.
Probably a couple of
I
like
mean,
studs.
in general,
I mean,
we
if
don't
it's
get
like
too much
blunt
into
force,
equipment
I don't
damage
see-
because it really
Yeah.
tends to do more harm than good to a campaign. But I do think, especially for Bahir, but potentially a bit for you as well, there was so much meaningful damage like applied to, roughly the same like part of the armor that it felt worth doing a little bit of something for.
Okay, I'll give it a shot real quick.
Do you have an armor maintenance kit?
Oh, no, I do not. Well, I guess I'm going in looking like Rambo.
Well, no, I got something for it, but also remember you all regain 3 hit points from your rest as well.
Let
Ooh.
me add
So
that.
you'll update those on your minis and in the chat bot if you would.
Does that also include your dex and wisdom from the night before? Or what is that?
I forget the rate on that. I think it's 1. either 1 per hour or 1 per day, which I know is a huge difference. If somebody wants to look up healing ability damage really quickly while I'm doing things with Rouge. So yeah, Druge, you wake up, you do your thing. Mama's of course got some flapjacks ready for you, a couple strips of bacon. You got the comfort food ready, and then when you get up and about, she's got a fresh glass of milk for you, and she starts kind of clicking her tongue and fussing over you, and you look all beat up and your armor's all beat up, and she's kind of like alternating between kind of like babying you and scolding you. And then she sees your armor, and obviously it did its job by getting damaged, but at the same time, like, it really kind of like sets in for her. And so she kind of like sits down at the table and kind of like holds her head for a minute, kind of quietly crying while you're at the little breakfast table.
It says you heal 1 per day unless noted otherwise by the condition dealing the damage.
Okay. You heal 1 of each per day. Yeah, unless you get some sort of...
Or is it just a penalty for ability scores? Would you say it's a penalty, or is it ability damage specifically? Because they're different.
That's the way it's worded.
Oh, that's terrible. Well,
yeah, I think we've hand waved that a little bit in the past for alcohol and said like 1 per hour ish. Because otherwise, like you're
because it does say like unless otherwise noted by the condition doing the damage.
Right.
And then non-lethal is 1 per hour, correct?
That sounds right. Yes. Or if you get magical healing, non-lethal. Okay.
Hey, Drew, just trying to help you out there.
No, it's okay. My mom is unaware of anything that I don't tell her about in regards to like combat, right? Because like I'm not going to tell her that I died twice now.
No, yeah, she would have unless it happens somewhere where other townsfolk can see it and potentially word gets back to her. But for something like that, there's only 4 other people that could have told her.
Me and the tavern. Yeah. Oh my God, Druge fell down the hill and passed out at the bottom of the hill, people. It's crazy.
Okay, well, even if that was your verbiage, like passed out is not dead. So even if you didn't
die though, did you? You didn't get the negative 10,
but I got pretty freaking close.
Yeah.
Mom knows all. She just knows. She felt it.
No, but like I said, she sees how beat up your armor is, and just kind of generally you're all like bruised up, and kind of probably like favoring one leg and wincing whenever you lift your arm, and like she knew that, but then kind of like seeing how like beat up your armor and everything was to kind of like brings it home, I guess, for her.
Mm-hmm. And I totally forgot that she probably would have been at the tavern last night, or the bar, or whatever you want to call it, because now she, after the whole a battle, if I remember correctly, she ended up like kind of picking up a position there as a barkeeper.
Well, sort of. She was helping like feed people in the immediate aftermath. So that's definitely something that we can just kind of additively say that she's been picking up shifts there. Okay. But for the sake of not making it weird in retrospect, we can say she wasn't working last night, because otherwise, why wouldn't she have talked to you?
Yeah. Okay, cool. But so is my mom kind of like repairing my armor a little bit?
Well, at the moment, she's like sitting at the table, like bobbing a little bit.
Oh. I wouldn't even know. Like, I guess Juge would walk over and give her a hug, and probably like knows what's wrong, but he's he's like, what's wrong? Like, I'm okay. I'm here. I'm fine. Like, why? There's no need to cry. Why are you crying? Like, I get it. It's scary, but is there something else you're concerned about right now? Like, I don't. In Drew's mind, he's like, I'm here. I'm fine. Like, relax, mom.
I think from her perspective, though, right? Like she's never seen you fight. She's never seen you. I mean, like, yeah, every once in a while there's a little bit of aftermath or whatever, but like you said when you asked, like it's at most very much by proxy, and for the most part, she's probably not. Doesn't really. So at first she kind of like leans into you as you kind of like hug her, like touch her shoulders. But when you start to get a little bit, like a little bit more into the like, well, what's wrong? Like, I'm fine. I'm here. And she kind of like, she like stands up and grabs your armor and kind of like shakes it in your face. And she's like, does this look fine to you? Tears are like streaming down her face.
I mean, it did its job, and it's not like I was alone. I have a group with me, helping keep me alive. I'm keeping them alive. We've been doing fine so far. I mean, if it was something that I felt like I couldn't handle anymore, then I would tell you, and I'd come back home and I'd stay home. But I promise, everything's been okay. Nobody's died. Nobody's had any significant injuries. Been successful with all of our ventures. Right? Nothing to worry about.
I mean, he technically doesn't know.
It's true.
As a bead of sweat is dripping down his forehead, lying to his mom, one lie after the other.
Yeah, I feel like you do need to make a deception check, though. Just, even if like you don't strictly know that you were like brought back from the brink of death. Like broadly speaking, you do know that the danger has been higher than you're stating / implying to her. But even if you're not quite directly outright lying, you are definitely downplaying / misleading.
You said deception. I don't.
Sorry, bluff.
Bluff.
Does she get mom power buff because most moms can tell when their kids are lying?
I get a +2 to that. Oh my god.
Oh.
It's more than one bead of sweat, I guess.
Oh, no.
It's dripping in sweat as I'm lying.
Ooh.
Yeah, she doesn't beat it by a ton, though.
He gets +5.
I was going to give her +2 for mom powers, yeah.
Oh, then she beat it by still quite a bit then.
What? No, you have
by 4?
8, so she got like 12.
How do I stop this?
She started, she goes back to kind of like fussing over you and like picking like road rash out of the armor, and and she's like, I know you're not telling me everything, and I know you wouldn't because you love me and you don't want me to worry, but you also know I'm going to anyway, and just I know you can get a little blustery sometimes, and I'm proud of you, and I want you to be proud of yourself, but just promise me you won't take it too far.
I promise that if I feel like I'm getting in over my head, I'll come home and stay home at least for a while. Now, I feel like the guys, if you needed me home, they could bend will for themselves without me. I mean, they were doing fine without me, and then we went before running into each other. So I promise that if things get real nasty, I'm home. And you won't have to worry about it no more. I'll just be sad because I won't be able to do anything fun anymore.
She, kind of like blinks away the last few tears and kind of gives you a discerning look, sniffles a little bit and nods, and like, well, if this hide is saving your skin, then I suppose we better try and do something about this. And goes it's probably not going to functionally be armor repair, but she does her best to kind of, because she has like a sewing kit, so kind of like sews up the worst of the gaps, and but it's it's not like armor material, it's whatever like homespun thread that she has, so it looks better, but probably need to get some actual work done to it.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah. Once she finishes that off, I don't really know what's going on. As far as like plans for the new day. So, as soon as she finishes the somewhat repairing, give her a hug, give her a kiss. I'm like, all right, Mom, I'm heading out to the tavern. I'm not sure where the rest of the folks are, but I'm just gonna hang out like kind of in that general area until I see one of them, walk the street or whatever, and then catch up and figure out what we're gonna do. So if you need me, just head to the tavern. I'll probably be there.
Like, okay, sounds good. I'm supposed to be there for the midday meal anyway, so I'll probably see you later.
All right, yeah, and then Juge walks out, and kind of.
So you said you're going to post up somewhere and wait. Are you thinking like that area kind of by the gate? That's like a bit of a crossroads?
Yeah, I'm trying to zoom out any further. Figure out where I am on the map.
You'll be able to double click your portrait.
No, yeah, I mean I see my portrait, but I don't. Are we in front of the tavern already?
Yeah, you're kind of in front of the tavern. It's
okay.
It's in the north central part of the town, is at least my impression of that you were talking about.
Okay, yeah, I see the church.
Whoops, that's the wrong button.
So I guess yeah, over by like the corner where the church is and the little garrison area and the little yard thing where that crazy angel thing happened to Alendite. Kind of in that little corner.
Okay.
I'm over here real quick. Hanging out.
Okay. And actually this is a good opportunity. It could be a bit of a morning activity, or you can describe it however you want, but so we don't forget, we should catch up on a couple of animal handling checks for Alendite.
Right now?
I don't see why not. We're kind of catching up on folks' individual morning.
Big money. How many?
24.
I pre-counted it because I didn't want to have to do that on the fly. You have the 4th and the 5th you would have had time. The 6th and the 7th you would not, and then today is the 8th. So if you want to just kind of like, have a scene either this morning or this evening or whatever, then that scene can kind of cover those 3 roles. You looking for something, Emrys? Oh.
Yeah,
oh, it's me. What the heck? I didn't even have my hand on my keyboard. I was literally eating pizza. Sorry, I don't actually know how that happened.
If I should hold on the 3rd roll and do a scene, or if do all 3 rolls and then do the scene.
I mean, I think it's, at least for the last one, it's good to know the roll kind of ahead of time so you can describe like how it's going.
All right. Okay, so this is with a +12 modifier.
And what is it you're trying to beat again? 20 or 25? I actually forgot. 20, never mind. I found it. So those are actually all successes. Although going in order in the box there, the last one, like just barely.
Just. So I wake up early in the morning, have a serious session of night prayer and like morning prayer, and going through all of my pledges, and privately dumping like a large chunk of change into the tithe.
Okay.
I'll whisper you how much. Just thanking and praising and going through all the motions of prayer, just in absolute awe that Banah blessed me with this opportunity to save Druge, even though it may or may not have actually been Banah, but the life-saving efforts and just timing.
I mean, regardless of both in and out of character, mechanically what did it, like you know that there was an answer to your call, like unequivocally.
And just feeling like a warmth again, feeling connected, and asking throughout the church if there's anything that needs my tending to, if there's any anyone calling out for help in the town or needs my service.
Yeah, at this point, another couple days later, even the most grievously wounded of the people that were being treated here from the battle have been released and moved on in one form or another. So things are within the building of the church, at least, are back to looking relatively normal. And they're kind of performing their more standard benedictions and sending people out and whatnot. So there's not a specific call to action at the time being, but you're invited to just kind of like spend some time walking around town and helping out as you see fit, and like doing good deeds.
Okay, and with that, I'll fill in, like making my way over to the stables and just being successful with getting a good session of training Amina in and seeing like just how the stables are doing. That there's no like just there's like a down mood, like lifting them up and like while I'm training her, just Amina's just a really good a bond. It's like present. You can feel like with my renewed spirit with Banah that it kind of makes the bond better with Amina. Like there's more of an attachment.
I'm sorry, I was talking camera direction with Pixie for a second. What was just the very last part?
My renewed figure with Banah, or my attachment with Banah, has increased my bond with Amina.
Yeah, I like that. As far as the kind of the mood among people around camp, it's definitely hit or miss. You have some people who are really whistling as they're working and kind of turning over, happy to be turning over like or like starting a new chapter in the town's history, and feeling like kind of nothing can stop us now sort of vibe. And but there's definitely still some people too who are not ready to move on yet emotionally from like what happened, and then probably also I guess a kind of sort of a third camp of folks who are like may or may not necessarily be either of those, but are just kind of like generally getting stretched really thin, kind of overworked with just all of the labor that's going into providing aid to families and businesses, and like helping to rebuild and reinforce the walls and the gates and kind of like all of the stuff, and probably redoubled scouting efforts outside of town as well. And so it's definitely a bit of a mixed bag.
Does anyone seem particularly receptive to the message?
So you're kind of proselytizing also?
Sure, why not?
Make a diplomacy, probably. What about
that? +2. Well, 14.
Or perform, I guess, if you're somehow better at that, but I would assume you're better.
They're both the same as charisma based.
Right, but okay, so you don't have any.
No.
Probably technically perform, but so 14.
Yes. Have you heard the good deeds of Bana?
Wow.
Has he blessed you in his...
So, and you said you were over at the camp, actually, right?
Yeah,
I know
in the
we haven't
stables
fussed
area.
too much with moving the. That's fine, but
yeah, my general area would be the stables to the. I guess if you're facing north, east side.
Yeah. Okay. So there's actually the group of folks that you helped lead out of the ambush at the foot of the mountain, kind of taken to calling themselves Silas's survivors. And those are the folks that you stopped and talked to several sessions back when you were looking at trying to recruit your guardsmen for Fort Leona.
Mm-hmm.
And they're happy to to see you back in town again, and come up and greet you, and one or two of them comments on Amina's coat as you're like brushing her down and whatnot, and you start kind of hitting them up and sharing the good word, and one of them actually, I rolled for my mood dice. I was like, like a lot of the humans would already be believers, and those that aren't probably have like a reason why they're not, just like a large scale. Like, I'm gonna roll mood dice, right? And like on double hearts, I'll say that you actually managed to convert somebody. So you kind of soft roll it at first, because it's kind of awkward to just like bring that up in a conversation, but you find a way to kind of maneuver the conversation that way, and like pick up that one of the guys is starting to really kind of like bob his head, and like seems like his body language is like really open, and he's definitely nibbling at the bait.
Has protected us this day. He guides us and warms us. What a beautiful sunny. Wait, what's the weather today?
As soon as you said that, I remembered that I forgot to say. I said the date, but I didn't say the weather. My
catchphrase at this point.
Actually, oh wait, no, it was yesterday. Yesterday was clear and calm. Today is overcast and windy.
Oh, dang it.
But I mean, it's all about how you spin it, right? You can be like, you can feel his grace like moving these clouds out of the way.
But no, it's spreading the pollen of the trees, creating new growth. Hear someone sneeze in the background. Yeah.
No, that was just Rocket. That wasn't even in character.
I was going to say that'd be me.
Rocket gets some rough seasonal allergies.
Yeah, dude.
So we can, if you want, like, if you want to try and actually like role play through, like having that conversation and converting them, you can. Or if you want to hand wave that a little bit, I'm fine either way.
I think I'm going to stutter over my words at this point. Like you got the best out that you can get out of me.
That's okay. That's part of the reason why I opened the door. Sometimes that's fun to do, and sometimes it feels like a chore. So. Yeah, you spend, kind of from early morning through late morning there around camp, both working with Amina and, chatting with the guys from Silas's crew and, kind of bend this one guy's ear, and one or two of the guys are kind of like, but a couple of them are, kind of like, clap him on the shoulder and kind of bringing him into the fold, and like one of them kind of like kneels down and prays over the guy that you just recently converted, and like it's a nice moment. It's not it's not particularly ceremonious, right? Like you're somewhere along the line, your horse probably relieves himself in the background. Like it's it's a very like everyday situation. It's not it's not everybody wearing their Sunday finest and whatnot, but it's probably a more like utilitarian, realistic experience.
Kind of ask around if anyone has seen our cohort and what they're up to. They're just kind of meandering through. I'll make my way to unite with them if anyone has seen them, or perhaps I will make my way to Skabosh's house.
Okay. Yeah, we can run some of that together here in a minute. Did anybody else have anything in particular that they want to do?
Well, Skabosh would know that Rubato seems to be staying in his room much later than usual.
I walk over and I don't even knock. Skabosh doesn't knock. It's her house. I open the door.
Perfect.
Rubato.
You open the door and he's sitting on the floor with his book out, and he's got this black letter in his hand. His eyes are glowing purple as he's reading it.
I shut the door very quickly.
Someone left me a letter.
Where did it come
from? Mina. Remember the wizard I told you about?
Mm.
Help with the fort and do some partnership. I got a letter that.
Where did you get? When?
Right here. When? Sometime between when I passed out and when I woke up.
Came into my house.
If I had to guess, judging by who it is, I doubt it, to be fair.
I don't think she just came into our house.
I don't think so. She's a creepy little mage.
That was was in my house unannounced.
Like I said, I doubt she was actually here. Probably just sent the letter some way. I don't know. That's not my area of expertise with magic. At least that kind of magic. But she gave me a very helpful spell.
Oh, what does it do?
I can turn materials into something else. Like I could turn this chair into a sword or something like that. I don't know. I'll have to play around with it. I don't have the materials I need to save it in my book yet. But
what materials do you?
Money.
How much money?
Like another 50-ish gold. It's pretty expensive.
I wonder if we have anything in the party still.
Possibly. Because that could be helpful with
This would be a useful spell.
very useful. She's already proven to be very beneficial. I know we have plans to head north before the fort is finished, but this could still help with some final touches, as well as other.
I still
Fun,
need
useful
to
things.
make sure my parents didn't see anybody come in the house in the wee hours.
Oh, not. I mean, yeah, it's your house. That's
Because
probably a good idea.
if somebody that we don't know is just suddenly entering guild member houses, Rin's not going to be very happy about it.
That's fair. I mean, I'm pretty observant, and I didn't see anything.
It wasn't here before you came in.
I don't think so.
No, wait a minute. We were really drunk last night. You probably wouldn't have noticed. You practically fell into the bedroom.
I mean, technically I did, but I had a helping hand from Oric with that.
A good dwarf.
Yes.
Yes, very good dwarf.
He just needs to stop bowing so much, I think. It's the second time he dropped me on my face.
Is it really?
Yeah.
This is the first time.
When we first met him at the gate.
Was he
Yeah.
bowing then too?
Yeah, he bowed to Alendite and then stumbled, and I fell then too.
Oh. Hope you didn't lose any brain cells from all these drops to the head you've been taking.
Hmm?
I feel like you need your all the brain you can get since you're very squishy.
That's true. It's,
Your brain is your strength.
I would like to think so. That my undisputable charm.
Sure.
Shot through the heart.
I'm gonna go find my parents in the kitchen, most likely.
Okay, I'll catch up with you later.
Yeah. I go find like my mom probably.
Yeah, I mean it's not that big of a house, right? It's
Yeah.
essentially one room with some doors off of it where people sleep.
Mother, did anyone enter the house while we were sleeping this morning that you know of?
She narrows her eyes at you. Certainly hope not.
Because Rubato has magically had this letter on his dresser. Well, I mean, we were really drunk when we came home last night. So maybe it was there at some point earlier that we just don't remember. But he definitely woke up to a letter on his dresser. And he's not sure how it got in here. He doesn't think that someone came into the house. He thinks it was magically sent to him, but I don't know how magic works, and I don't like that there was a letter randomly in our house.
As you're kind of prattling on, she sets down what she was doing and swiftly steps up to you and puts her hands on your shoulder. And she's like, "What do you mean it may or may not have been here? Well, there may or may not have been somebody in my home."
He doesn't seem to think that this individual that sent this letter would have done so because they're a magical being. He thinks it was sent magically. But honestly, I don't know, because I don't know how magic works.
Kind of pantomimes back at you, he doesn't think. Yes, he should try doing that sometime.
I'll see if he'd be willing to track this person down again and just make sure that they know they shouldn't just be randomly entering our house at night. It might not go well. We might have to put some rat traps out.
She just turns heel and goes over to the room where Rubato is and opens the door.
Good morning. Afternoon? What time is it?
Mother's not pleased that there is a letter randomly in our house. We might want to get this figured out soon.
Yes, very funny little man. Who did you bring into my house?
I'd be careful. She's very good with knives.
Oh, that's...
You think I'm good with knives? Where do you think I learned it from?
I figured that was probably the case. I don't believe anybody was in your house. This letter was delivered to me from a mutual acquaintance. Another magic user such as myself. I highly doubt that one, they knew physically where I was at to be able to walk in here and provide it to me in such a way.
Yes, because you were so covert last night.
We were pretty drunk.
It's a valid point. But I also don't believe that they're the type of person who would hand deliver a letter. They're a little more flashy. So having it show up in the middle of the night without having to enter is more their style, I feel.
And how is that supposed to make me feel better? So instead of somebody breaking into my home, there's somebody who just has unfettered magical access to my home.
You're not making this any better, Rubato.
Yeah, I'm not very good at this sort of thing. I don't like confrontation.
I suggest we find your mutual acquaintance and make sure they don't do this again.
Yeah, I'll be letting them know. Let me get my books.
They really, really, really don't want to make a whole family of rogues angry, especially with my guild leader, already not really fond of people doing things like this.
Well, I thought they liked me.
Oh, they like you. But be careful the company that is brought with you sometimes. They don't like people just randomly doing things like this.
That's understandable. I'll be discussing with it. She is going to be my partner in our fort in my magical laboratory. So I believe that they'll be a lot closer under thumb, if you will, in the future.
Don't worry, Mother. I'll make sure of it. I'll be hanging out in this wizardy area for a while.
Clicks her tongue once. She's like, "See that you do." Like turns around and stomps back out of the room.
That went very well. No one ended with a blade in them.
Are you sure? Because I feel like I'm about to pass out.
Oh no, you're fine. Fine.
I should go.
I'll come with you just in case you need backup. I'll sit outside the door.
That's a good idea. Last time it was really scary.
I'm assuming we probably run into a Londite outside.
Yeah, that works.
I was gonna plan on meet everyone just at the doorway and be like, "Good morning, Skahune and Daga Kelte. Where's Skabosh and..." Okay, wait, bear with me. Is it Skabag?
Yag.
What's his name? Yag.
Mom's gonna be super grumpy at first.
She doesn't even say anything. She just opens the door and harumphs and then turns around and walks back. She doesn't close the door in your face, but just turns around and walks into the house.
What did I do?
You didn't. You're fine. Alondite had a Alondite. You've missed a lot. So apparently Rubato made a friend who can just magically send things to people's houses, and considering what my family business is, that's not a good idea.
Can you clarify? Made a friend or
it's
a new friend?
It's a person who's going to be.
I feel that needs to be clarified.
They're going to be working with us in Capstone, a partnership for his wizardy stuff. But
not
so
made
fabricated.
Not Capstone, at the new fort.
Not made like Stefan. Different.
No, it's an actual living person. But she
slightly more.
She sent something to him magically that appeared in my house, which did not go well with Mother, as you can imagine. Didn't really go well with me either, but you know me. I'm slightly more chill than my mother.
Where are you guys having this conversation?
Oh, we're in the middle of the living room. Mom
Okay,
totally
yeah, I was
hears.
gonna say.
Mom hears everything.
You know, she's like, working on. Actually, she's sharpening knives in the kitchen.
Yeah.
And you just hear like over the shoulder, I heard that.
Oh, right. Sorry, Mom.
Like look over and my hands are like,
So we're going to go meet with, Rubato's going to meet with this person, and I'm just going to stand outside the door menacingly and make sure they never do it again because, well, Mom is better at knives than I am because she's the one that taught me how to use them. So I would rather live a longer life than, the average half-elf.
Yeah, me too. I don't know how long the average half-elf lives, but...
Slightly longer than a human, slightly less than an elf.
A few, like, maybe 10 seconds or so after your mom, raises her voice a little bit there and calls out, then your sister comes sashaying out of her room and is like, kind of pokes the back of your shoulder and, kind of swings herself around. And he's like, morning, party pooper.
Yug. Okay. You have ideas for the name of the tavern. Let's hear them.
She lets out a little bit of a giggle and is like, oh good, you're here, and looks at Alendite. She's like,
we're naming the tavern.
Yeah. Naming the tavern. I think we should call it the Puny Prince. And then she does like a little curtsy in front of Alendite.
We're not making fun of my friends today.
But I make fun of your friends every day.
That's adorable. Thanks.
All right, next.
I don't know, I kind of like that one.
No, we're not naming that. It has to be something at least somewhat menacing.
Fine. I'm not going to butcher this one, so you'll have to look up pronunciation if you like it. But in your dialect, the translation, it would be the little public house. So I have the wording. I pronounce it.
You want menacing? How about Mom's daggers?
Just type it to me, sweetie.
So we're not keeping Fort Leona then?
No, this is the name of the tavern, not the fort.
Ah, good clarification.
Okay, that's not terrible. Okay. Are there any others? You just have two names?
Well, I did kind of have my heart set on the Puny Prince if it's where I'm going to be working every day. Like, if you're going to keep me in a killjoy, also thinking
golden goblet. Don't call it that. Like, don't.
That we could call it, something. If we want something kind of daring for living out in the wilderness, we could call it the Shattered Shield. Or and I don't remember if you have or not, but I'm assuming somewhere along the line you guys have talked a little bit about some of the other people that will be working there and whatnot. And then she says, or I have not met her yet, but I've heard about your other friends, new employees, and from what I understand, one of them plays an instrument. So I was thinking we could, maybe if we wanted to make it sound a little bit more upscale, we could call it like the Sparkling Flute, something like that, and kind of try and draw people in.
No, Shattered Shield isn't. If we put it in our dialect, Yathbriste.
Ooh.
Yeah, she sidles up around beside you, Alendite, and like blows you right in the ribs and is like, but you really like the Puny Prince, right?
It's a lot better than this submission I see written small here. The vomit repository? Who wrote this?
Skjathbrista. We'll go with that. The Shattered Shield. Skjathbrista.
Write it back to me if I have it.
Not just.
That was not my submission.
She pouts one more time about you not picking the Peony Prince, and then as she kind of sashays her way back over towards the room where she came from, and you say that wasn't my submission, she's like, I don't know, maybe your new friend wrote that there.
Biag.
Okay. Pulls the door closed behind her.
I throw a dagger at the door after it's closed. My mom's used to this.
Make an attack roll, range touch attack. Yeah, you hit the door.
Sticks point in. I kind of stalk over and wrench it out and walk away.
Like as soon as your dagger hits the door, she like opens the door just a little bit and goes, close the door again.
You know, I could just take our other sister and leave you here.
Just like faintly through the door, you just hear like meh, 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 meh.
I love my sister. I've taught her so well. All right, let's... Alondite, you want to come with us and be backup just in case this other magic-y person decides to be super, I don't know, shady? Or do you have other business to attend to?
I don't have any other business, but magic is not my strong business.
I know. I just want to be out there just in case something goes awry.
Shady was an interesting choice of words. Yeah. You guys want to go for a walk?
Let's go. Actually, I might just come in with you and be like, don't ever do it again. if she's giving you the runaround.
Well, I don't know if I'd recommend that. She's got her own tricks too, remember?
That's fine. I'm coming in anyway.
Speaking of running around, other than leaving him in limbo running around town the whole time, is there anything that Bahir wants to...
Bahir, your turn.
I'd probably eventually catch up with the group. Maybe
What about your people's clothing?
It's not gonna be done for a while yet still.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys only commissioned that right before you
town.
left town, and you were only gone for a couple days, so...
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It seems like a long time ago because that was like at the start of the kind of holiday season where we weren't playing as frequently. So calendar-wise, IRL, it was a while ago, but only a couple days.
Got it.
We're gonna be like, so who do we need to get with to get this fort on the road, you know?
And that was the other thing I was going to say, although I obviously want to give Bahir a chance to do anything that he wants to do, if anything, is I don't think you ever actually went and made the final offer to the person that you decided on to be the castellan. Yeah?
Oh.
You decided that you weren't going to go with the guild lady because you were worried about her predilections, but I don't think that you ever actually got with the other guy and offered him the job, technically.
Do you want to come with us, or do you want to go take care of that? Or do we all have to go do that? I feel like that's a Alondite thing.
That seemed like an Alondite thing.
Speaking of that, though, since we're talking about the fort, this spell she provided would probably save us a substantial chunk of change on finishing up one of our builds.
What was the spell again?
I can basically bend materials to my will.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
The problem is he needs about 50 more gold for it.
Yeah,
50 more. I mean,
I need some more materials to be able to copy it into my book so I can use it.
I'm willing to throw some gold at you.
Did we have funds in the party? Funds left, or did we use it all?
I have no
Is
idea.
needed
We never
party
picked
handler?
someone to handle that money, and I think we lost how much we had.
Let me look at. Do I have anything?
I have no idea. I thought we made Rubato the money handler.
We did. We determined that he
Yeah.
actually did, in fact, have enough strength to carry the
But
money.
I don't know if we ever found out how much we actually had left because Gabo is the one who had the.
Did we end up with her sheet before she left, or no?
No, but I know that at least some of it was spent on stuff like in the moments leading up to battle. I really don't think there's a lot left.
Got it.
Like 30.
Yeah, I didn't really think so either.
Like 30?
Yeah.
I can throw 10 in for you, Rubato, if you want. If someone else wants to give them 10.
I can do the remainder of the 10 then. It'll put me down to like 20 gold total of what I have left.
That'll put me down to broke, but I feel like this is definitely worth it. So I will add that spell to my spell list and say that at some point today I had take the time to sit down and do that. If that's okay, there, Mr. Dungeon Master.
Yeah. It does. I forgot. Take a while to do a page.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I'll have to look that up.
Do you know how much?
I'll do that while we're talking here.
Do we know how much it's actually going to save us? Maybe you'll see about
1.5% off of one.
Every time we cast.
Yeah, each casting affects one stronghold space, so it just depends on how many times you do it. But it's a 1.5% discount per stronghold space that it's used on. And you essentially use it to furnish the space. So you like you take like a tree trunk and like turn it into furniture, or you take like cloth and like just like a big pile of cloth and turn it into like curtains hanging on the wall and like that kind of thing.
Take a chair and then it suddenly has arm clasps on it for whoever's sitting in it, that sort of thing.
Well, that could save us a lot then, right?
I can only cast it so many times a day, but yeah, it could definitely help. That's why I was like, I'm willing to spend my monies on that.
Yeah.
Because that'll help. Then we would end up with some party funds if we're subtracting out of how much the castle cost.
We could also potentially build another building up from that, probably.
But that would then probably require me being there while it's being built and that sort of thing. Instead of us going up north. Unless I guess you're thinking more like to help with the furnishing and stuff. So
yeah, that's explicitly what it's described for. It's like it is very specifically not ape wood. Like that's a different ability.
Right.
Which we spent some time deep diving on during the Working Wednesday stream on YouTube, actually trying to figure out how exactly that actually works for stronghold construction. It's very weird, which is ultimately part of why we went with this instead, because it was a little bit more, I think it's just a little bit more self-contained. Like you use it to create the furnishings.
So we could potentially like, how many times can you use it like a day? Like how much does it make? Like if we like spent like the first part of the like building just like having you like do that consistently until we like get like a stockpile, do you think we'd be good to like go while it finishes up, or do you think we should do it the other way around?
It looks more like this is what we would do after the actual construction is done. To create the furnishings, so it would decrease the cost, but it's like after things have been finalized is kind of what it sounds like he's saying. I can do it.
So like before we go and buy things to fill the stuff with, you do it.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, but that still takes a chunk out of how much overall this costs us, so that's nice.
Now I don't know how much of
Yeah.
that money would be our money versus the state's money, if you will, but
I mean, we like
but
use this money as our budget. If we're just so good at budgeting and we have money left over, I mean, why shouldn't we keep it?
Well, and it's one of those things that affects more of like a meta pace thing than right now. Because 1.5% is 15 gold per 1,000 gold, and your fort is going to cost a bit less than 10,000 gold, right? It just is an easy rounded off number. So for right now, you're gonna spend 100 to scribe this spell to then make back save whatever, like 100 and 104. The profit right now is like, I mean, no, not nothing for sure, but it's not huge. But over time, I mean, for one, you might have other uses for it, right? But also just strictly with the stronghold, like if you guys build additional spaces, then obviously that value continues. And it's 1.5% for basic quality buildings, because you yield the things that you end up with are like of the quality of the materials that you started with. So if you're making a better quality, like you guys did like barracks, basic, kitchen, basic, like when you're picking this stuff. So when you do a higher quality build, it saves you an even bigger.
Yeah, so right now we'll basically all be able to get our money back plus a little bit of party funds. I guess we could word it.
Nice.
Which I suppose would that be something you think I should just mark down now, Mercy? Or should we wait until everything is finished to figure out how much that would save us, I suppose?
Well, because it's going to depend on how you guys end up applying that, right? Whether you whether you do it on one component or all the components, or I think we probably need to. That's probably more of a total it up and kind of deal, depending on how you guys decide to use that.
So then I'll mark those funds down, and I'm going to start a spot here for the party funds, and I'm going to say that unsurprisingly fitting, we're broke at the moment. Okay.
We gotta go kill some more things and take their stuff. Evil things, of course. Evil things.
Of course.
Goblins?
Wait. Hold on.
As long as they have weapons and they're attacking us.
Goblin.
Goblins?
Maybe we should go more after like bandits, because they'd probably keep their stuff a little nicer than goblins and orcs do.
Then you have to arrest them and then reform them. And
I mean, that part's not our. I mean, like the arresting part, I guess, but like the reforming part's not our job.
Not your job. It's my job.
How many times did you replay it, sweetie?
Oh.
Sorry for people who haven't been keeping up with the chat. There was temporarily reported to be something strange coming through the stream audio, and then shortly thereafter it was sorted out that it was Skabosh using Google Translate to get a pronunciation guide for the name of the tavern. So just in the background while you guys have been talking for the last few minutes, it was just like PTS of, whatever the tavern's name, or however that's pronounced, like a handful of times over and over.
I kind of feel like maybe it should be the Fishnets Tavern now.
No, it's okay, sweetie. I wanted to mention it because people watching on YouTube won't have the context of the Twitch chat. So,
well, I guess we're gonna make a quick stop by Mina's now.
Yes.
See if I can find it again.
You guys want to try and run down Druge first?
Oh yeah, Druge.
Oh yeah, good
He's in that group, is he?
My video died. I'm back though.
Oh, weird. Well, welcome back. At least it put you back into the same, like, part of the room, so I didn't have to re-add your camera.
Yeah, let's go get Druge.
Yeah, where is that son of a gun?
Probably still sleeping in his race car bed.
That survivor.
Actually,
of a guy.
what time is it?
I mean, by the time you guys do all of that, it's probably pretty close to midday.
Let's head for the tavern. Usually that's where we all meet up if we're not all together.
Does anyone know where he lives?
I do. I've been there randomly.
Yeah, I know where he lives.
I couldn't remember if
Do you want to go
you had.
surprise him?
If he's there, you might want to knock though. The last time I knocked, I scared his mother.
Oh, that's.
I felt terrible for it. He
You guys
slammed
are
me.
really good at knocking on doors and scaring people, aren't you?
We should bring a
I mean,
gift basket.
I just walked
I
into
can
your
knock
room.
on doors.
I mean, I walked into your room, but that's because it's my house.
Well, yeah, but then there was also that incident at the inn.
I feel like I'm not very scary.
I mean, you see my makeup, right? Like, that's the point of my makeup, is to scare people. It's also to hide my face, so I kind of forget that it's
I don't
Okay,
think
sold.
it's scary.
Scary DoorDash it is.
okay. Well, I'm not knocking. I'll be behind you.
I'll knock on the door when we get there.
All
Or are
right.
we gonna go by the stalls first to buy some fruit and stuff before we go then?
Fruit basket, absolutely.
Yeah, we need. Yeah, that's probably. I mean, my family has like a little garden. Go see if there's anything in the garden.
Go raid your parents' garden.
It's got a lot of stuff in it.
I'm gonna
Don't
stay
they
out of it.
like use that to like, eat throughout the to eat?
I think a couple of apples and like some little bits of fruit aren't going to kill my family.
I don't think your
I
mom's
feel
very
like
happy with me.
Druzh's family would really appreciate a pig.
A pig.
I don't. Why do
I
you?
don't know how much his mom would like
I
Oh.
was suggesting taking the family pig and gifting it to Druzh's mom.
I take out a dagger and just tap his shoulder and be like, "Why would you gift a pig? I don't
Why
understand."
don't we spend some good money and make someone's day
trade.
at the market?
Actually, we
Just
should get her a nice bottle of wine. She might like a nice bottle of wine and some cheese.
Okay.
Let's do that. Wine and cheese.
Why not everything? Okay, you get the wine and cheese kibosh. I'll go get fruit for a fruit basket.
Okay.
You don't like have a little small pork?
Calendine, if you want, you could go find a pig.
No, let's just bring some like, I don't know, like charcuterie board type stuff.
Are we bringing a full feast?
Why not?
Don't you need a pig for a charcuterie board?
I mean, if we already have the meat, just
I mean, we want an already
Prepared.
dead pig for a charcuterie
yeah.
board.
I don't feel like gutting and cleaning a pig to make a charcuterie board.
I mean, it's really fresh.
There's
though.
got to be a butcher around here somewhere.
Anyway, let's just Alondai, just come with me.
I just
Rubato,
think
you
it would
want to help
be a
me find
wonderful
vegetables
family
and stuff?
trade.
Yeah, but here, I'll go with you.
Does he live in town? I don't think I've ever
Yes.
seen him in town.
All right, let's just say we all get our stuff and come back.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, I'm not hating on it, but I like how this went from "Hey, don't forget Druge real quick" to
I'll spend like a solid 5 silver on like fruits and like a nice basket and stuff.
throwing a nice
Excellent.
Mayday
Okay,
party.
it's all together. We're gonna just follow me to Druge's house, but one of you might want to knock and be in front of me because, like I said, I
What about
kind
the
of
fruit basket and the charcuterie board?
okay. Like you
No,
can.
we got it. We're
Okay.
gonna say we got it.
Yeah.
All right, I knock on the door. Well, they knock on the door, and I'll hold something.
Yeah, I'll knock. Hello,
There is
Druge.
there is no answer.
Oh,
Oh shoot!
They're dead. Open the door quick.
no, we're not. No,
No, we're not gonna invade their home.
Well, she works at the tavern. Maybe she's there.
Do they have a window?
We're just
Like into their main living space?
we're not breaking into Drew's house.
I'm not gonna break in. I'm just gonna look and see if there's anyone in there.
Have you heard about the savior of the dogs?
I don't know, Drush. Is there a window? I mean, it's probably not paned, but there might still be like, you know, a window open.
Yeah, there's like a window where you can look through where it's like a kitchen window essentially. Like you can see the dining table and, you know, maybe like some wooden pots or cups or whatever, stuff like that.
I'll look through the window in a not creepy way.
I'm gonna creepily look through the window, not creepily.
Not creepily.
How much does a full pig cost anyway?
Yeah, I mean, you see what he told you.
It looks empty though.
Yeah, you don't see any signs of motion or
like
anything.
I said,
Nobody's home, guys.
I'm fairly certain she works at the tavern that we often go to. Let's just go there.
What are you supposed to do with the fruit basket?
We'll wait out. Well,
yeah, it'd be kind of weird to like leave it in the tavern all day while she's working.
Hold it outside, and we will go in or find Drush. Actually, no, he might not let us take credit for bringing this to her. Just bring it in with you. It'll be fine. They know us.
Okay.
We look around for Drush's mom at the tavern.
We're not looking for Drush anymore.
I mean, we'll probably find him. I'm assuming she's working.
She is, yes.
All right. Well,
I guess it depends if you really want to fiddle fart around with intentionally going in a direction that isn't where Drush is, then I suppose you could. But he had like kind of posted himself up in that general direction, so you probably would come upon him on your way there.
Drush, your mom working today?
Yeah, she said that she would potentially run into me later in the day. I was kind of circling this area, hoping to run into you guys eventually.
Excellent. But here, can you write?
Yeah.
Do you want to just put a little note on it, and then we can have Drush let us into the house to put the stuff down? We bought your mom a gift, but she wasn't home, so we were gonna go give it to her at the tavern, but that seems kind of weird, even for me.
I don't see anything wrong with you giving it to her at the tavern. I mean, I'm sure she probably just end up sharing whatever it is with passing customers and anyone else who's working there.
Aw, you sweet. Okay, well, let's just do that then.
Can I make it like really like fancy?
I guess you could still write the note on it and then we can hand it to her.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like make the note look really fancy.
Oh, got it. I thought you meant make the food presentation look fancy.
I'm sure we can do that too.
We might as well do both. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, yeah, you can. You spend I don't know, 15 minutes or so, like writing up the little placard nicely and arranging the food. And
we figured maybe if we do this,
sorry, Druge almost died.
I wouldn't write that. I don't think we should write that.
I literally told her that nothing has gone wrong.
We should just.
We appreciate you a lot.
Maybe this will smooth things over with your mother with all the like shenanigans that have been happening.
Did we ever settle on a name, for our group?
We have a name. Why do we have a name? I don't understand. What is this? Alondite.
For our groups. They don't have to be like, Alondite by here.
Alondite. Why do humans have to name everything? I don't understand. Why do groups have to be named?
So
because it makes it easier for them to know who we are. Yeah.
I don't understand. Fine.
We remember. We had a few ideas before, right?
Kabosh, imagine this situation, and you're calling out for someone, and
Mhm.
you just go, "Hey, you!" and then everyone turns around.
Huh.
Mhm.
You only want like 5 people to turn around.
Mhm.
Exactly. I personally liked. I think Rubato said it. The Force Marchers, or maybe it was Alan Dyke. I like that one, but
The Force
Force
Marchers.
Marchers.
the Force Marchers, yes.
Yeah.
It sounds like cool, and it makes us sound like hardened warriors.
But that's an action.
That we do all the time against our will.
We're good at it.
Some of our wills.
Why can't we be something different? Like, I don't know. Well, no, that wouldn't work because that would probably scare Rubato every time someone
But the
grabbed
failed
something
hill
else.
The
climbers?
shadow
Does that sound
people.
any-
No. No, she would no. Let's think of some more names.
The Orc Slayers. We've killed a lot of orcs. The Saviors of Capstone.
The Goblin Gutters.
No.
Nah. Alan,
Mm.
haven't you learned anything about
Yes, to be honest and true, and to not deny my past.
Okay.
I am what I am.
Alanda, what's the name of your angel?
Hold on. I have to go into my angel section. It is of justice.
That should can, I believe, but let me also double check.
I've severely sidetracked us. I am sorry.
That's okay.
I made it worse.
I rearranged some things, and it took me a while to find
or was it
Yes.
Nanelle?
It's-
Duty.
Oh, okay.
How about Nanelle's guard?
Wait, doesn't your I thought your
don't
shield had
believe
a
in
gauntleted fist on it
Nanelle.
for Chan.
Either do I,
What about Shadow Guard?
but you don't like shadows.
That's exactly. We're guarding against the shadow.
The shadow guard?
Shadow Guard.
Yes, I do have the gauntleted fist, but then I chose the colors of blue and purple. So yeah, it was Nanelle and Chan, but I couldn't pick the two. So it was kind of caught.
Shadow guard sounds good. I agree with Rubato on that one.
Yeah.
I mean, we can keep it up
Sure.
in the air. We don't have to
So we got what,
decide.
3 for shadow guard?
I
then?
think-
I'm going to make it
Justice was
official. I'm
more-
going to write it on the note.
All right,
From the Shadow Guard, and then I'll put in parentheses, AKA Bahir, Rubato.
I was going to say, if you don't explain who that is, that might not have the desired effect.
And then I'll put that in parentheses.
Okay.
I leave out Drudge's name because he wasn't with us when we purchased it.
I feel like it's kind of fitting too, because we've got, some of us that are a little more, in the dark side of things, and we've got those of us who are more guardians. Kind of.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
All right, let's go find Druz's mom to give her this gift. And will you put Druz's name on it? From all of us.
You do have siblings, don't you?
I do.
I'll put on the bottom in very tiny print. And Druge.
Whatever.
I mean, I'm
Outside of
also
the
the oldest of
parentheses.
my siblings, so I'm used to everyone's name having to go on things because I'm the oldest.
Mm.
Yeah, and also it's from all of us thing.
Yeah. All right, we go find Drew's mom at the tavern.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah. She's just working. She's cooking and serving a little bit, but like probably mostly cooking.
All right, I try and flag her down. I know she's seen me before, and at least I'm not knocking on her door this time.
She does like a little bit of a double take, but
and we're all together,
right?
Mm-hmm.
And then and then she softens up and comes bustling over to you all, and gives Rouge a big hug and like, so good to see everybody. We're here to eat.
We brought you a gift.
Me?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say.
We originally were trying to bring it to your house as like a house gift, but you weren't there, so we brought it here.
Are you just holding it?
I mean, like I'm holding it out.
Yeah. Okay. I was curious if she could see what it was when or if you're just saying we brought you something.
Allendyte's just holding a squealing pig.
What? It's still no. It's supposed to be like one of those roasted pigs with the apple in its mouth.
I know. I'm kidding.
Oh my gosh!
Just the image of you walking in with a squealing pig.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so for those who watched the other campaign and how that would fit in perfectly.
Oh dear. Yeah.
Yeah, I was actually talking about that a little while ago before you got here. There is a unique miniature for bacon.
Again.
It's like a thank you for letting Druge go with us adventuring.
Aw. She like blushes really big and like gives you a passable little curtsy. Definitely like somebody who doesn't like really know what they're doing, but it looks sweet, and she immediately starts kind of like picking through it. You said it's just kind of like a few apples and like a little chunk of cheese.
Yeah, it's like a charcuterie board type fig with like a wine and
she just kind of like thumbs through it, I guess, for lack of a better word, really quickly, and then like scoots over to you and like gives you a big hug.
I look at Alonda and go, what do I do? How do I hug?
You accept it, and ma'am, we give you this pig.
All right, yeah. I kind of
Wait, are you actually buying a pig?
I awkwardly put my arms up and try and figure out how it works because I don't really hug.
Okay. Do you have 3 gold to spend on a pig, Alan?
I do.
Oh my! This has devolved so hard.
We might need to choose a different name.
So now we're giving her a financial burden, huh? We're like, here, you have to feed this pig.
Well, no,
you have to pay to get it butchered.
No, it's a pig with an apple in its mouth. It's already dead, I thought.
It's a roast pig, yeah.
Yeah, it's a roast pig.
A large roast.
Well, he kind of joked about both. So yeah, so what are we landing on? Is it a live pig or is it a roast pig?
Oh my god. I can't even right now.
I feel that if I give her the live pig, she can choose to roast it or keep it.
It was not uncommon to have like a house pig. I mean, they didn't call it that, but like to have like 1 to 2 hogs that that were turned out like in the morning and collected in the evening, and because pigs are very calorically efficient for like what it takes to feed them versus what you end up getting out of them when you butcher them. So like it's not an uncommon thing. I mean, Skabash's family has one. Like it's like a really common thing for kind of Western Europe, at least, and kind of the pseudo realistic time frame that we're talking about.
Also great at garbage disposal.
Yeah.
Yep. They eat everything. Literally.
including
They
mine.
were out of cows, so I give you this pig. Your son is.
Are you actually bringing the pig into the tavern?
Oh gosh.
I am. I absolutely am, and I'm making it as awkward as possible because she was at home. And
Just clang, clang, clang.
yeah, Drew saw the pig. He's like, well, I don't see why she wouldn't take it in the tavern. Like, all right.
She gets like super embarrassed. It's like, oh dear.
We could take this to your house.
Yeah, can you take that home, please? I don't want to get in trouble. I've only been working here for like 5 days.
We'll just take all of this to your house. Yeah, we'll do that.
His name is Porchetta.
Okay.
Porchetta.
I think that's pork. It's pork or pig for is that Portuguese?
Yeah.
Yeah. Amlas taught me that one.
Italian.
Got it. All right, off we go. We have to drop this off and then go find that magic lady and tell her never to go in my house again.
We also gotta go talk to the castellan too.
Yeah, let's go.
All right. She gives you one last little like squeeze that you still haven't really like fully.
Okay, I kind of squeeze back and just
Returned.
look over at Alondite like, am I doing this right?
And
Give her a
then
Druge thumbs up in honor of Druge.
before you guys like turn to go, she like like tears off a little bit of the bread and like nibbles it herself and like holds it out to you guys. It's like, is anybody hungry?
I ate a whole lot this morning at my house.
I'm starving. The inn gave me terrible breakfast this morning.
You should just come to my house, honestly. Like, we could feed people there.
Yeah, but you don't. I need a nice bed. You know,
You don't know my life. You don't know what my house looks
plenty of
like.
space next to me.
my own bed.
Do it yourself. You could at least come over for breakfast if you want.
Yeah, I could start doing that.
I'm a great cuddler.
Okay.
Little spoon or big spoon?
I prefer the big spoon.
Of course you do. All right. So we can hand wave the rest of that a little bit. You guys go and haul this pig back out of the tavern.
The patrons are probably like looking down and looking at their ales like, I should stop drinking.
I mean, like, both yes and no. Like, it's awkward to bring it inside, but also, like I said, like a lot of people in the region probably have their own hogs, so it's like it wouldn't be like us having somebody bring a hog into a restaurant that we're eating.
Oh, I peeked my head back in just so what's up. I never caught your name.
Dude, Drew's mom.
Probably, yeah.
I don't think I ever caught her name, to be honest with you.
Her name is Druge's mom.
Yeah, it's Druge's mom.
Yeah, it's Drew's mom, because I don't think I ever caught my own mom's name.
Almost all of the interactions have always just been between the two of them, and how often do you walk up to your own mom and be like, using their first name,
right?
So it's funny because I thought of this just a couple days ago, and I meant to message Druge about it when I was pinging people about things, and I forgot.
She responds saying, "You can just call me mom."
Okay, thank you,
That's
Drew's
it.
mom. You have a great son.
Okay, bye, mom. Your mom is nice, Drew.
As
You
you
should
guys
be
are like
nice to
turning to
her.
leave, you kind of see she like looks down and sees that like some of your makeup / face paint is like on her apron. She kind of like starts to like swat at it and then sees you looking and kind of like stops and like doesn't want you to feel bad.
I wouldn't care. I wipe it off myself all the time.
I look at Skabosh and I'm like, "Don't worry, he's just takes a little bit for her to get used to new people."
That's okay. My makeup gets everywhere. It's quite all right.
It's true. You should see their house.
Yeah.
Surprise.
And I'm not the only one that wears the makeup at my house. So can you imagine? Half of our laundry is the towels that we use to take our makeup off at night to sleep.
Assuming that you have towels is bold.
Well, you know what I mean. Scraps of cloth that we use to.
Yeah.
I think I've seen some of the face paint in the guest room some mornings. Anyways.
All right, let's go find. Oh my goodness gracious, Rocket, you're killing me.
I was waiting for that.
Oh my god.
As we walk away, I sense that Bahir is gonna get an orcish fist to the side of his head. All right, Rubato, let's go find this person.
Where's the rest of it? Are we all going with you, or what's up?
I mean, you guys. I mean, if you guys want to go deal with the Castellan, I will go with Rubato to deal with the other person. Or if you all want to come with us, and then we can come with you.
Do you need some muscle to deal with the other person?
I don't.
You know?
I don't really know.
I don't think so.
I
think it would help.
I just want to make sure she knows that she shouldn't just be poofing things into my household. It's not smart.
I just don't want any bad blood between friends.
That too. So you guys can come with, or you can go deal with the Castellan. I figured at least Alandite and Bahir can deal with the Castellan since it's money related.
Sounds good to me. I'm
then-
good to go
I'll
with
go
Bahir.
with, I'll go with.
I'm Bahir. I'm good to go with Alandite.
All right. Okay. We got this then. All right. Who wants to go first then? We're doing two separate things. So Rochambeau.
Rollies.
For it.
Rollies. All right. Rubato, you could be the rollie for our team since you're taking lead on it. Oh, well. Guess we're going second. All right.
Perfect.
Excellent. It gives us more time to think about what we're gonna do.
It seems about right for a Rochambeau.
I just punch your Rubato in the face. Poof! I chose a rock.
Oh. Don't hit the wizard. He's already squishy.
You can kill me with that.
It's his fault for choosing paper.
Just had an idea that would be way better for this, which is to put to do a full screen projector from the stream computer's OBS into my prompter, so that way when I want to look at you guys, I don't have to look to the side. I can look.
Oh, that works.
Quick double check though for anybody watching the stream. Night Owl and Co. Is it doing anything weird with the audio? It's not. Is it not like doubling up the audio to you or anything? Is it?
Especially when I talk.
I don't want to be like, I had this awesome 5-head idea, and then have it turn out that the last like hour of audio is just ruined.
I've had idea. I've had idea.
Yeah.
I've had idea.
No, it's good. Okay, thank you, Amlas.
That was a great example.
Oh yeah, that's way better for. Should have done that. Well, I guess we haven't had the prompter for that. I should have a while ago. Okay, so sorry, I was also fiddling with that in the background. I know we landed on going to Mina's as second. So is that Alandite and who is
Bahir.
okay
Here.
Yeah, that makes way more sense. Earlier when that was first like brought up, and then somebody suggested, I don't remember, like Druge or somebody going with Alandite, and I was like, feels like more of a Bahir tag along.
Well, it was more of a which group the Jews want to go with. He chose our group.
Right. One of the things.
I need to be re-invited to the board.
Oh. What happened?
I crashed
Oh.
and burned.
Also, I can't click on anybody to go to them, so I don't know how I'm going to.
Not do anything?
Nope, I just have Alonda and.
Weird. Can the rest of you interact with your minis really quickly?
Nope.
Weird.
Boing, boing, boing.
Well, I mean, we don't really need to move them for what we're doing right now anyway. So it's the camera kind of on everybody. I should probably change the time of day a little bit too. Past midday. I like that the lights clicked on and right up front you have Druge. Okay. So, my recollection was of the three of them there. So there was Donata, who is the woman that you initially liked, but upon a little bit of contemplation, we're like, yeah, it's probably not the best plan. There was Theodore, who you immediately did not like, and then Edgar was the person, to my understanding, that you were planning on offering the job to.
Sounds right to me.
Or did I mix up the two? Hold on.
Which the one that was a dwarf is the one that we liked.
No, they're both human. There's both of the men were human and the woman was gnome.
Whichever one did like the forge stuff.
Oh, okay. Yep. Sorry. No, I mixed up the names in my own notes there. Yeah, it was Theodore that you liked and Edgar that you.
They're just racist against gnomes. I see it.
I mean, they liked Donata. They just did not hire Donata. I guess technically they haven't hired anybody.
Didn't we have the plan to like ask her to come anyway? Or no?
Definitely considered, yeah, because of her expertise with our side project.
I fixed my notes. I just pasted the wrong one of them into the wrong spot.
Yes, I believe
So
that.
maybe should I like pull her aside and ask if she still wants to come? Or no?
I cannot confirm or deny that in new situation. Maybe someone else could.
I feel like that would be a good one for Skabosh to have a discussion with.
Yeah, we'll
pass her card over to.
We'll take it off. Over.
Okay. Talking to Theodore then.
Okay.
Then we
don't need to fart around with finding Theodore. You guys, initially upon setting out on this plan, are like, oh wait, but I don't actually know where to find Theodore. So you go to the ladies' manor, and because that's where you met him the only other time you've talked to him. And they give you directions to like where you live. Like it's not fart around with that. Like he's more or less sitting on his hands, like waiting to get an answer from you guys. So he's not doing a whole lot else right now. So you're directed to like an apartment building, a room on the second floor, and you knock on the door. He answers. For those of you that hadn't met him yet, Theodore is a broad, burly man, medium brown skin, dark hair that's usually tied back, a thick, well-groomed beard. So he takes his appearance pretty seriously. Brown eyes. He has like simple but like high quality clothing, and despite wearing like not necessarily like black tie, but kind of like one step above business casual. So like he has like nice clothes, but he always wears an apron over his clothing, kind of harkening back to his days Smith.
Well, hello there, Theodore. We've chosen you, Theodore, to be the castle.
Just right to the chase. Hello, you're hired.
Congratulations.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Mm-hmm.
He like before he can even get out a salutation in response, you just blurt out like, we'd like to we've decided to hire you. And he's like,
but no, what?
He kind of like stops, kind of like looks down at his hands like awkwardly. At a minimum he was expecting a bit more decorum probably and lead up to it, so he kind of like looks down for a second.
Why is it you're good at this?
Kind of like dusts off his hands on his apron despite them like being totally clean. That's kind of then finally kind of composes himself and like gives you a nice bow and is like, good afternoon, my lord. I don't even know that you and I have had a chance to meet in person yet, but I recognize you all from the ceremony, of course, and I've spoken with Sir Alendite before, and I would be honored to accept the position.
Yep, this guy over here speaks wonders about you, so we have some high expectations. I'm sure you're going to do great.
He raises his eyebrow like just a little bit, and he's like, we've only spoken once or twice, so I hope I haven't misrepresented anything, but I certainly think I'm up to the task, and I'm glad I made a good impression.
Well,
your skills are definitely what our camp needs.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm glad you agree. I think I think we'll get the business of and these affairs in order in no time. When I guess you'll need to fill me in. Do we? When are we starting? Do we? Have you hired anybody yet? Do I need to procure supplies? What do you need from me?
As soon as you're able, and I kind of reach into my pack and I pull out the map and where we kind of surveyed the area and all the different encounters that we've had along the way, and kind of say like, you're gonna have to get your team ready for what we've hired you for, which is what is he good at?
He was
word-based knowledge. So
yeah, he was a smith and like had experiences like a ranking member in the guild. So just kind of like generally has like business and like has managed and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
If you could meet with Auric Ironbrow, and he will manage the stonemasons and having that worked out.
He,
and then
he's kind of like nodding his head and listening, and then all of a sudden he realizes they should probably be taking notes because you guys still kind of caught him off guard, just bursting in and offering the job to him. So he kind of you
do know who Auric Ironbrow is, correct?
He's like, of course. His work has come of much renown here in the last several months.
Perfect. Would you like to sit down and have a drink and as we discuss these, or is this just simple matters that you can handle?
Yeah, it's like a studio apartment that he lives in, so there's not a whole lot there, but he's got a little like side table that could probably seat 2 people, and like do you want to sit right now? I have a relatively fresh pull of water from the well, and we could do that here or whatever you'd like.
Sounds wonderful.
Like we nodded each
other. Sorry, Alan, did I miss that?
Oh, I said I just looked over at here and kind of give him a nod and like, yep, yeah.
All right.
And I'll like go over like, oh, I hired I think Drew just hired a few people, right? He's hired like 3 guys to like be guards. I don't know.
Yeah, we can go through every little bit of it if you want to, but mainly I just figured we'd have the broader conversation and then we can see
if you could find them, that would be
great. Oh, I've also got my 2 valets, of course, which are at your disposal while I am not there.
Oh, I have named all of these people. Actually, because I'm really bad about getting caught with my pants down with names. So, Drew's hired 5 people. Gearhart, Lucette, Fiona, Silvio, and Hugh are the general laborers. Then you got Auric Ironbrow, the mason. Otto Schroeder is the woodworkers, the foreman of the woodworkers, and a man named Cormac that I don't know that you ever actually met in person, but like that, a few of those people were like assigned to you by the lady. So, guy named Cormac is the general like foreman.
I don't have Cormac written down, but I do have Otto Schroeder written down.
Yeah, I don't remember. Why? Maybe it was just for time because we were running late in that session, but whatever reason, Cormac wasn't there. It might have just been meta timing, honestly.
I also kind of mentioned, knowing that I'm pulling a slight fib here, but I mentioned, and also you might not know them as this, but there's a few guards named Silas's Survivors, they're calling themselves, that are open to perhaps joining the brigade of troops and militia. Perhaps see what they're open to. Knowing that they've already kind of denied it, but
okay, I was gonna say, I was like, oh, hold on, are we having an out of character mistake here? Because yeah, they definitely already told you thanks but no thanks. But yeah, I mean, I suppose he can make his own diplomacy check.
And then I got Alis, who's gonna be Eyeless. I'm sorry, Eyeless, who's going to be one of my valets, and Zahara.
Zara, yeah.
Zara, yeah. Zara and Eyeless.
And then you also have, well, I guess, actually, does anybody other than Rubato know this? Lloyd's going to be helping, but I don't remember if anybody else knows that.
Oh yeah, I don't know if I actually told anybody.
I guess,
He's just going to show up and we're going to be like, what are you doing here?
I am last.
I am last.
She's behind me.
I'll paste those names in our group chat. Oops, not in the Rin Chronicles one. They would be very confused who that list of people is.
Do it.
Just no context, especially since they have session in 2 days. Just
yeah, it'll be great. None of them are watching right now, so it's fine.
I don't know that that's true.
I mean, Barboy
several of them actually, have watched pretty frequently.
I don't see anybody commenting in chat right now, so I'm sure none of them are here.
And everyone who watches chats all the time.
Oh, at all times.
It's really funny because It depends a little bit on the channel and what else I'm doing and whatnot, but I'm definitely primarily a lurker when I watch. Like, even if I'm watching actively, not like, oh, I threw it on and then went to go and do something else.
Weird.
Sorry, my focus is back.
You're good. How dare you have a loving wife? Wanting your attention.
Yeah, Mercy has no idea what that's like.
Never.
There you go. I had to reformat all of it, of course, because Discord only takes Markdown, so I can't just paste that from a Google Docs. Oh, there you go. There's that. All right, so yeah, I mean, obviously, it's going to take you guys a while to kind of get through all the logistics there, but I don't think I think we covered that in a fair amount of depth. Is there anything else in particular that you want to talk about with him in character, or can we fade to black on that?
I think that's it.
There was something, but my mind is not catching it, so we'll fade to black for now.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, obviously, have to come back to if needed.
You're
Or just
lending
to
out Alendite?
message.
Amlas says she's lending out Alendite.
I mean, since Amras doesn't play with it anymore, pout.
I need to get Gambus in. I forgot for Christmas.
You're not going to play with your toys anymore. We're going to lend them out.
Gotta share.
All right.
So we're moving on to the Mina crew.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
It digs into my shoulders. You have no idea.
Oh, yeah. I can.
Need some sort of padded clothing underneath, right?
Like, yeah.
Almost like that's what arming wear's for.
Well, I will lead Skabosh and Druge over to Mina's little shop.
And I can't remember, has Druge been to, I know it's not where you're going right now, but has Druge been to Angela's before?
No.
I don't think he has.
I don't think so.
So for Skabosh, at least, who has been, not as many times as some of the others, but you've been there a couple times. You like at first as you're winding your way through town and making your way over there, you're aware that you're like heading to kind of the same general area where Angela's is, and you're kind of like, not to know who Angela is, but Angela. And then you like get onto the actual kind of like alleyway where those shops are, and it's actually just a couple doors down from where Angela's is.
I wonder if she knows Angela.
Oh, you know, I didn't even think about that.
You were a little preoccupied last time.
Yeah. Okay. We'll go and knock on the door. a little more cautiously this time.
The door.
Sweat.
What's up?
Trying not to outwardly sweat.
Right. The little like sign hanging out over the door. 'Cause I don't know that we talked about that last time. You were just sent to find her. But it is called Fortune's End. And you go and like knock on the door, and there's like a brief pause, and then like the door opens itself, and there's like a big like it's slow moving. You don't feel like attacked or anything necessarily, but like the door opens and there's just like a big waft of like smoke out at you, like when they first opened the doors at Laser Quest.
Mm-hmm. You'll like her.
I see they do like to be flashy.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm sure they didn't come in person. That would just this doesn't seems
But
below
that is
them.
also a concern if they could just magically send things into my house.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how that works. I'll
I just want to ask
cautiously
you.
step in and look in the corners, see if I see anything.
So because you guys stand out there and like talk for a second. So after the big dramatic door opening, then you just like stand out there and talk for a second. So you hear like in kind of like a gravelly, raspy voice, you hear like, yes.
Let's go.
Which is
in.
like not the way that she talked to you last time.
Mina, it's me, Rubato. As I step in and like peek around the corners, looking for any suspicious shadows.
Okay.
I step in behind him.
Make a spot check, Rubato.
Oh.
All right. At least at the moment you don't see anything, but I'll keep that in my back pocket.
Yeah. As a total, in case you want the total number, that is 17.
Breaking my heart, man.
It's always good news when a natural 20 equals less than 20.
Yeah. I mean, if you give me a bonus for the fact it was a natural 20, that's one thing still, but it is a 17 total. I don't have a good spot.
So when you call out, you're like, it's Rubato, as you kind of step in through the doorway. She like drops the voice that she was putting on and like hops down from her little stool at the table in the middle of the room and like starts making her way over to the door where you are. And it's like, oh, so soon, and like it's just like talking normally. And then like Skabosh walks in behind you, and
and I fold my arms and look very unhappy.
She starts to like put on the voice again. She's like, "Oh, hello."
I already heard
fine.
it.
Fine. What?
I'll let you talk, Rubato.
Yeah.
If I have questions, I'll ask.
Okay. Mina, this is one of my cohorts in our crew that are building that fort we were discussing. One, I wanted to say thank you. This will be a fantastic help with that process, as well as I'm sure other fun projects I can think of in the future.
Wait, you said this? Are you like holding it out?
No,
Okay.
I'll just
the thing that you send,
gesturing to nothing, but
okay,
yeah. It'll be a big help in the future with other projects as well, I'm sure. I did want to thank you for that.
Like, of course, I know you'll make it up to me.
Yeah, of course. We've got some fun things we can work on, I think. But my friend here and her family had some concerns about how it was delivered. They're not big fans of unannounced visitors or nighttime deliveries.
or things just showing up in our house.
Yeah.
She it's a gnome, right? So she's way shorter than you, but she like puts her hands on her hips and she's like people showing up unannounced in my shop.
At least we knocked on the door.
Well, yes, I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about you sneaking in behind him.
I'm his protection.
And then she,
as you notice, he's quite squishy.
She like turns around to make her way back a bit deeper into the shop, but you hear her scoff when you say that.
Well, the squishy part's true. So what is Druge doing? Is he just standing outside?
Druge is just back there.
So you don't see Druge anymore.
He probably had.
But you do see a tree. Maybe a few feet outside the door. That's all. I'm gonna tell you.
Rubato.
Okay.
Actually, we'd have to spot it. Wouldn't? Well, you said we see it though. Rubato, was that tree there before?
I think so.
You know what? We're in a magical part of town. It just, you know what? Just let's get back to the task. I'm sure Drew's just fine, and the tree has probably been there. Let's
he probably
just
had something else to talk to his mom about.
Yeah. Anywho, look, magic is useful. I understand this, but please, for everyone's sake, try and find another way of delivering things to my friend that don't involve just poofing them into my house.
As you just start like blurting all of this out, she just like interrupts you. She's like, that kind of like makes a zip it.
Mm-hmm.
And then like goes and sits back down on her little stool, and then you hear the door close behind you, like, and then she starts like
I continue then
rubbing her hands on like a little crystal ball that sits in the middle of her the table in the middle of the shop, and like after a few moments you hear kind of like a hum and a sizzle behind you at the door.
I was wondering.
Continue then. What?
Like, yes, now you can continue. Like,
fine.
Some decorum, girl. Good lord.
Oh, decorum. Yeah. You know, look, I'm relatively understanding. However,
fortunately, so am I.
However, my family is, my mother especially, is not, and our entire guild tends to have issues with people just doing things like this. It is a security matter.
Oh, good. You're bringing up the guild. I wasn't going to say anything. I didn't think it was quite
This
my
is a
place.
matter of security and a mutual understanding. Just don't randomly send things in. That is all we ask. If you need to get a hold of him, we are relatively good standing with Angela. We go there frequently. Or even to the tavern. Deliver it there somehow, discreetly.
Well, in the future, it'll actually be a lot easier because you'll know where our fort is, which we've chosen a location.
Yes.
When you mention Angela, she like rolls her eyes really hard and like you lets out a big sigh. And she's like, yes. Everybody shops with that. Mutters under her breath. She's like, anyway, perks up when you say that you have a location chosen.
Yes, we have a location. Just please, a request. I would not just randomly send things to any member of my guild. It's just, even if it was magical, even if you didn't physically enter.
She looks indignant and she was like, but I didn't send anything to your...
You sent it to my house.
He's not in your guild.
But it was in my house.
Well, whose fault is that? I needed to get it to him.
And technically Rubato is on retainer with our guild, which makes him as good as a guild member.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh. Stand up a little taller.
By the way, now that you've been in here a little bit, your eyes have adjusted to the, like, it's very dim in here. There are very few candles or lanterns or anything lit, and the walls are just covered in like all sorts of stuff like various drying like herbs and roots, nondescript like squishy bits. There's like an ox skull on the other wall. Like it's just like full of kind of all of this, all of these like alchemical and magical foci and ingredients and whatnot.
Esoteric items. It's pretty.
Anyway, that's all we request. A little more warning than just in the middle of the night something shows up in one of our houses.
And I do have to ask, how did you do it?
She just like gives you a knowing look and smiles. It's like, oh, come now.
I know, but I gotta ask. I'm inquisitive. That's what I do.
So how do you, for people who tend to come and go as they please and leave and come at all hours of the night and you know, and for a gal who's got her own life to run, how exactly is it that I'm supposed to track you down if not, you know, getting things to you when I can?
Well, how does it work?
Like she looks at you, like looks back over at Rubato and gives kind of like this guy.
I'm only trying to offer a solution. I don't understand how magic works.
There's a lot to it. I think the biggest thing is in the future this will just be solved once the fort has been.
But in the meantime, if she needs to get something to you, and another thing just randomly appears in my house.
I don't think we're going to be in your house until then. I think we have some plans up north.
Is it merely you send it to his location? That is all I'm asking.
I'm sorry, I did not quite hear you, personally.
I said, are you merely just sending it to his location?
Like if we're out in the woods, would it just
show up if he was just out in the middle of nowhere?
No.
Question mark?
Then how did it end up in my house?
Again with this, look, I can pay for a normal courier if that's what's needed. I just didn't exactly feel comfortable handing a valuable spell scroll to some random street urchin. So I took care of it myself. Like I didn't think it was going to be this big of a deal.
Very well. How about this? I have a sister. Actually, I have two sisters. I will let her know. I will send her and have her knock on your door politely. And you'll be able to know that if you need anything, to send a sign to her, and she will deliver things for you within the town. If it's outside the town, do whatever it is that you do.
My own personal courier, and this is guaranteed by the guild?
No, it's my sister.
Well,
it's guaranteed by me.
To be honest, I'd take that over guaranteed by the guild. They're pretty cool and all, but she's much better.
And who is this?
I am third in command with the guild. I'm one of his right hands and executioners of all of his doing.
Why wouldn't the guild be guaranteeing this?
Because if Brian gets involved, things might not necessarily get to where you want them to go without being open.
What assurances do I have that won't be a problem still?
Because if it's coming to me, I can vouch for it. That I trust these people. This arrangement I feel it's a little more than is necessary. I think this isn't going to be a problem very shortly.
Yeah, she
anyways.
just kind of like exacerbatedly kind of like throws her hands above her head and kind of like runs her hand through her hair for a minute and kind of like stomps around in a circle, like muttering to herself.
Or I can set you up with the location of one of my own personal caches. And you can just drop it off there.
Both of you can make a list check also if you want.
Wait, who rolled the 4?
Me.
Okay. Well, it's a natural 1, would be a total of 8.
So that's a 4 for a total of 1.
Well, we don't hear it, so.
Yeah, no, you can't. You don't make out what she's saying.
If you'd rather that, I will make I can find a cache that nobody else knows about. You can just drop it off there. I will make sure it's checked before we go on our mission.
Like, well,
I just don't want any bad blood because my parents, especially my mother, was very upset this morning that something appeared in our house.
Why did you tell her?
Because it's a matter of security.
Also, I just didn't think. got too comfortable. And I would have been a smart one, but I didn't think.
Like, well, to be fair, it wasn't marked as a guild house, so I didn't know.
So you know where the house is.
How else do you think you got there?
Well, rogues don't typically like to mark their houses as members of guild.
Well, not with a sign like my shop, but there are ways.
You not know it?
I may not speak thieves' can't, girl, but every secret society has their own ways of communicating and identifying
you didn't
themselves
look
to each
for
other.
the mark of Alamadara?
What was that?
The rogue, the god of the rogues.
I know what name you said. I did not hear what you said before that.
We have a mark of it. Every guild house has a mark of it.
Right. That's what I'm getting at. Yeah. But you said, like, I mean, previously you said that your parents weren't active in the guild.
Didn't.
That was my understanding.
No, like everyone's still active members of the guild. We just don't steal from people anymore.
Well, no, I know that.
They just didn't stay and fight because they had to take care of my sisters.
Okay. My understanding was that it was more of like a Mr. and Mrs. Smith kind of deal.
No, they were getting the kids out because my sisters needed to get out of town.
Mr. and Mrs. Smith. That's fun.
Okay. Well, that's a misunderstanding.
Sorry, honey.
No, it's fine. I should think how to like retcon that conversationally.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
My fault.
That's okay. I think it's been funny.
No, it's fine. I mean, like, it's just as easily that she made a mistake too, right? So, I think she can just kind of get a little bit huffy and be like, "Well, they didn't put it in the usual spot. Okay, it's not my fault."
Mm-hmm.
It's all right. See, problem solved. Everybody's happy. Now, why is it you don't like Angela?
Yes, I'm intrigued by this. I wasn't coming in here to stir trouble. I just wanted to make sure it didn't happen again because honestly, our guild wants to know more about magic and we don't want to make any magic users mad, but we also don't need a breach in our guild. That would be very bad.
Oh, Angela's not going to come and get you.
Care about Angela.
Why would Angela come and get me?
Like, Did you say that in character though, sweetie? I'm not talking about Angela.
No, I'm not talking about Angela. I've already been around her.
Like in my own shop, the audacity. Like,
I mean, Angela wasn't the one that just randomly sent something into my
think
house.
You need to buy something before you leave.
What do you have?
Gestures broadly.
I would love to, but I have to copy a spell suddenly.
Yeah. Rubato, is there anything around here that I could utilize that might be within my price range?
Oh, I am sure there is some sort of additives or tinctures.
How much does it cost for poison to coat my daggers with?
Like, wow, I mean, I was going to offer to like read your fortune or something, but this is way more fun. Depends on what you want to do. Are you trying to paralyze? Are you trying to stupefy? Are you
whatever the prices are for those? I kind of had to help Rubato with his spell that he's copying, so
yeah, I've got to save that one.
How much I don't know, how much would a paralyze cost?
when you say that you had to help Rubato Ford describe that spell, she like side eyes Rubato hard.
I'm building a fort. I'm broke.
Like, how are you building a fort if you're broke?
Well,
most of it's funded by the fort by Capstone. Some of it is on our own. It's a long story. I don't fully understand all of it. You'd have to have a Londite here to explain it, really. Or maybe Bahir.
But with this, though, I believe we can reduce some of those costs.
Which point you asked about?
Paralyzation.
Poison's ridiculously expensive is the short version, but I'm looking.
Unfortunately, I was looking at what it would take to craft some of those myself.
She goes over to like a little table that has a bunch of stuff on it and a handful of vials, and she's like, well, see how you're crowdfunding your spell book here. I'm assuming probably not on this one. Goes through and picks through a bunch of them. She's like, well, this one, it may not fully paralyze somebody, but it'll definitely make them clumsier. This is a distilled venom of a monstrous centipede.
How much?
How much do you have?
I'm down to 20 gold.
Purses her lips, and she's like, how about some herbs or some sage or something?
Oh, 20 is all I got. I guess the best I could do is send the rest of my guild here to give you more business.
Procure more supplies.
We do like we do like stabbing things, and we do like poisons.
Her normally somewhat dour appearance brightens up at that, and she's like, "Now we're talking." You know what? I think I could let you off the hook. You don't have to buy anything if you can send me a little extra business through word of mouth.
And who knows? Maybe some of your other abilities might want to utilize.
like she said, they do have quite the interest in magics, and they've taken quite the interest in me already as well.
Like, well, I'm not exactly a teacher, but more than happy to establish some business contacts.
Can't fully guarantee it, but it could even potentially lead to a protection of with the guild. Should you ever get shaken down by someone else? We usually have to keep our resources safe.
Like, speaking of keeping the resources safe, just make sure they know not to come in uninvited.
Well, like I said, they don't understand. Usually they don't understand magic, so if they understand enough that magic is useful for destruction, they'll usually be more cautious.
While they're chatting, I look around the room, and I haven't heard any creepy, weird voices since we got here this time, have I?
You have not, no. As you kind of like, go from passively observing to more actively observing, though, as you look around, you like there in kind of the far corner where there's the least light cast. There's like a broom leaned up against the wall. Just a simple affair, kind of a gnarled stick with some fried wheat lashed to it. And like for just a fraction of a second, like you swear that you see like against the wall is not the shadow of the broom, but you see you think you see a like a shadow of a small person like wielding that broom. You like one or two strokes, you kind of like blink your eye and kind of like focus on it again, and it's a broom.
He's gonna start. Well, I think that's our business concluded. We should probably leave.
Rubato, are you okay?
Yep.
You look like you did when we first met you. We're kind of freaked out.
Yeah, a little bit. Can you do the thingy with the door?
He doesn't like shadows. Heads up. So if you've got any servants here that are kind of lurking, you might want to not have them do that. I don't need my wizard exploding.
He kind of makes a quizzical look. She's like, just me here, but the shadow part, I'm afraid it's kind of part of the whole mystique, right? I can't really. I think fortune telling loses some of its charm if it's just done in a.
We'll just have to work on Rubato's issue with shadows. Then
room with.
He's kind of traumatized. Something about shadow people. Anywho, if you could just open the door for him, that'd be great.
Yeah. Thanks again.
Is this crossbow loaded?
Oh God.
She's like eyeing you pretty seriously, but she goes over and sits down and like washes her hand over the crystal ball, and you hear the humming like stop, and the door opens.
Thanks again. This was a very productive chat.
As the door opens, there's like, from where you don't really see, and it is like vaguely a little bit smoky in there, but like when the door opens, there's like another big like of like smoke that blows out the door that kind of seems to come from nowhere. Kind of like you hear her kind of like grit something out under her teeth.
The fog machine wasn't supposed to turn on that time.
All right. Okay, the tree is still. Tree is still here. There's a tree.
She like walks you guys out towards the door, kind of like scuttles up behind you guys, and
Actually,
you see there's like a little cauldron that like sits next to the door. He like kicks it, bursts at it.
actually,
like,
before yeah, Mina it is, right? Mina.
Just like interrupt her as she's yelling at it. She's like, damn thing, wasting reagents.
What's this? Is this tree always been in your courtyard, little alleyway? What is this? I don't remember this tree being here, but I'm not always the best at noticing things.
No, it's been there.
It has? Okay. All right. Rouge.
I don't actually know. I'm just.
Rouge, where are you?
I know. I and she were just gonna let you take that there. She she doesn't say anything in response to that. She like turns and walks away from the door and goes back and like goes to sit down on her stool at first, and then is like, well, whatever. You know, there's nobody here right now. Starts like kind of bustling around and cleaning things up and kind of generally working around the shop.
All right, well.
Then the door
I
closes.
turned to Scott. Oh, I forgot to tell you, she casts a spell on the door when you go in there for privacy.
That's fine.
That's why I had to ask her to open it, because it's not, yeah. But
how did Truge get away so fast?
I think he left before we even got here. I think he turned off someplace else.
But how is it unnoticeable? He's a big half orc.
I mean, he is a scout. He could move.
It's true.
Quietly. He doesn't usually, but he could, right?
Rouge. Rouge.
Marco.
All right, well, I should probably go talk to Breen about her.
Yeah.
I think we'll just find Druge at the tavern later.
No, I'll follow along.
All right, well, do other people want to do things? So it's not just the Skabosh Rubato show?
Yeah, does anybody else have anything else they want to be accomplishing during the afternoon here?
And actually, this time I'll go off by myself to try to scribe this spell.
Sure. Okay.
You say that before you leave, or you just abandon me while I'm walking?
Just pull a Druge on you too.
And then there was one.
Turn around. Where did it go? But there's a tree outside the guild.
I mean, I guess by here an Alanites thing is probably going to take at least a good chunk of the afternoon. But yeah, I guess, kind of later afternoon into the evening, etc. Is there anything?
Did Skabosh or Rubato say where exactly they were heading to? Like as they were.
I'm heading to my guild, so I don't know if you've been there.
No, I haven't.
And
Rubato,
I don't know
say where he was heading.
I don't think he did.
I'm probably just going back to God's house again.
Oh.
Either that or the tavern.
Could be a tree in front of my house when I get home tonight.
Okay, yeah. Druge is on standby for now.
All right.
All right.
I just kind of see like everyone going about their separate way, and I'm like, I guess we're not.
I'm still here, Alandine. I'll pat you on the back. I'm still here.
Bar? Bar?
Sure.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, barring any other specific activities or anything, then I think
barring any specific. I see what you did there.
Uh-huh. It takes 24 hours to copy the spell.
Ooh.
Is it 24 hours of work?
Yes. So I will start the process, I guess.
Okay, so I guess we're gonna have like a whole other day's worth of stuff for other folks to do. Then we don't have to do it all this granularly, but we hadn't been back in town in a little while, so I figured it'd give people an opportunity to.
Yeah, and I believe before when I had the scribe with me from the church, we split it up over a couple of days because it's hard to sit there for 24 hours straight writing a spell down.
Yeah.
But so I can at least begin the process. We could say it's do a couple hours today or what have you. It does require a DC check. Where did it go?
I'm okay with a day skip and doing like just town activities, horse training, and a job or two for like, I don't know.
Yeah, I figured we could do whatever Skabosh wants to do with her guild here, however in depth she wants to be with that, and then you can tavern and do like wind down your day or whatever, and then we can do kind of a not necessarily a full-time skip, but like a fast forward day for the next day. Do a couple of quick rolls for whatever people wanted to accomplish there.
We do still need to confirm the location with the mayor lady, right?
Well, and for yourselves, right? Because I mean, you guys found 3 locations, but I don't think like you've ended up fighting for your life several times between now and then. So I don't know that you actually like sat down as a group and finalized the location. So you probably want to do that at the tavern tonight.
Yeah, that would just give me the time to just get this completed, I suppose. But yeah, if we want to do that, I'm fine with that too. People can find things to entertain themselves for 24 hours.
Yeah.
It's a DC 15 plus spell level spellcraft check for that.
Okay. So it's 17.
Yep.
Okay. So do you want to role play that out with? I always thought it was Braun, but you've been saying Breen tonight.
It's Breen. Pronunciation is different with a B in front than with an S.
Brawny Breen.
Yeah.
He's just really brawny, that's all.
Yeah.
It wasn't actually a mispronunciation. He was just describing him. Yeah, I can get my papers out and get my quill.
Okay. Well, yeah, hold off on the actual roll itself because we'll have everybody kind of do their rolls together, so that way we can see what all transpires. So it sounded like, Sweetie, you, other than if Drew wants to circle back and do anything after you guys leave, going to guild was the other piece of granular business.
Yep.
Drew's gonna spy on the spy guild.
No. Probably gonna head back to the tavern or the bar, hang out for a little bit. He said, Bahir and Alan were heading there. Is that what I heard?
They're coming from a different place, but yes, that's where they're headed.
Okay, I'm just gonna hang out there.
In a tree form?
No. I don't know why you keep bringing up this tree. That's weird, but whatever, you know.
Yeah, as you because you said you didn't think that Drew had been like back there before, right?
No, he hasn't been.
So it's just kind of like a confluence of a few, not quite square streets. So like the butts of several buildings all face each other at kind of like cattywampus angles, and there's like a small handful of shops back in this kind of like communal like alley area in this block. And as you make your way out towards the tavern, you see like one or two of the shops are empty, like a couple other shops that look fairly innocuous, and then you see the sign also for Angela's magic shop. Do anything with that, but just Drew knows where that is now.
Okay. So going forward, if I wanted to, like on my own, I could skitter away and go to Angela's magic shop.
Yeah.
You could.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah, they're kind of like opposite ends of the alley from each other. Not really ends. It's not that linear, but they're like the from where Fortune's end is and where Angela's magic shop are kind of about as far away from each other as they could be in that little area.
Okay.
Even so, like I said, it's only like maybe a big block, but it's just like kind of the internal space of the block.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you make your way to the tavern, Skabosh.
Obviously, I go do the secret knock on the door.
Okay. I mean, yeah, you know the drill. They like check the little eye slit first to let you in.
And I just kind of make my way towards the door. And knock.
It's a little like emptier in there than normal. Just kind of in the general base, I guess. The door is connected to.
I tap on the door first before going in. In case he's meeting with somebody.
There's a brief pause, and then he comes and opens the door. Like, Ska. I come and join me, and and then you notice the entire upper 1 foot of the airspace in the office is just like choked with cigar smoke.
Having a good time.
He's like, just been a little celebrating. It's been an interesting 10-day, wouldn't you say?
Yes. Did my mother happen to talk to you recently?
What?
Oh, there's a magic wielder that magically appeared something into my house whilst we were asleep. And it was for Rubato, so like magic and magic. But we're okay. There's no issue. I've already dealt with it and pretty much told them don't do it again. If they need something sent to Rubato, I'll give them one of my private caches to send things to. But it's a very interesting person. You might be intrigued. The aspect of potentially being able to procure poisons for your daggers, for the guild's daggers. Maybe even collaborating to learn a bit about how magic works.
And what is this unique individual's name?
Mina. Her establishment is guised as a fortune teller called Fortune's End.
Yes. I suspected that there was more going on there, but we hadn't had a chance to investigate any further yet.
I would be cautious with going there. I would knock on the door prior to entering. Not our usual means of entry.
Before you get to the second half of that, when you say like I would knock on the door first, he makes like a what? Look.
I know. Usually you're just so we're very well known for our decorum within entering buildings.
I am shocked that you would imply otherwise.
I suspect with how Rubato acts around her that he's not one we want to try and trifle with.
Does he act normal around anyone?
This was more unsettled than...
More or less than when I drank that hoochie.
More unsettled.
You make another batch to do.
No. But she has magics to be able to close doors and keep people from hearing what is being said. Which might prove useful for us. But that is the extent of her power that I have seen, other than being able to just magically appear something in my house.
And secrecy is no small power in and of itself, but yes, I am concerned that she would so brazenly intrude upon the sanctity of a guild member's house.
It sounds like she didn't understand that not all of us have our guild mark in the same location. Or she didn't look hard enough and didn't know. She claims to have not known.
He like pulls the cigar back out of his mouth. And he's like, "Oh," or she didn't care.
True. But
you know how they are, kind of ways.
yeah. She did,
Us mere
however,
mortals and all that.
Did, however, seem to be amenable to assisting us as long as we paid, of course, and giving us some access to poisons that can paralyze.
Well, I'll put it on the to-do. I'm assuming she's down in that little alley where every would-be archmage seems to be trying to set up their shop recently.
Yes, but I wouldn't take her terribly lightly.
Wouldn't what, sorry?
Take her lightly.
No, I might have about, a month ago. But I suppose flippant though I may be a lot of the time, I suppose I've learned a new respect for the possible consequences of trifling with magic, given the outcome of my little juggling ball there.
What was that thing? No? Just hope that it would do something cool.
Beats me. It was valuable. The person who used to have it very much wanted to still have it, so I figured it was useful for something, but
how did you get that from them? If they have the ability to utilize that kind of power.
I think originating power and using power, from what I understand about magic.
That's
different,
true.
Albeit related things.
The person that utilized it during that fight wasn't a magic wielder, so I suppose that's right.
As far as we know, she's got that neat little trick with her shield, but that accomplished any number of ways. She did not have that power herself.
Also, in with regards to this, Mina, she will eventually be partnering with Rubato at our new fort. So I will be able to keep a better eye on her. Perhaps study and figure out if she is an issue, how we can neutralize that issue if we need to.
Sounds like you have most of that well in hand, minus the whole sleeping through her delivering a note to your friend there. But
I still suspect that was a magical thing and not a they got into our house thing.
Well, be that as it may, there it does seem to be on the rise recently.
Has it been a problem elsewhere?
And not that specifically, but seems to be more people with magical ability and fewer of them choosing to enter the clergy.
I'll try and talk to Rubato and see if he can enlighten me as to how a letter could just magically appear in my house.
Yeah, I would talk with him and see what defenses or alarms or traps. I'm not saying to create any ill will, but be good to know at least something has happened.
Yeah, I told Mom to make sure to put more rat traps out just in case.
Make sure Rubato doesn't get stuck in them.
Oh, he'll be okay. He's busy scrying the really, really cool new spell that he got, so. The fun toy that he can utilize for building things. He's very excited about it. I don't know how it works, but he's very excited about this spell.
Maybe he'll make me a toy.
Maybe. He's still trying to figure out how to get the ball from you. Just a heads up, he might try and use that as leverage.
I'm afraid it's going to take more than a simple woodworker's trinket.
Fair point. That's all I have to report. Fortune's End. Get poisons there. Perhaps even some sort of collaborative effort.
He rocks his chair back. He's like, yes, and be careful. Don't sneak in the door. I got it.
Yes, I would highly recommend knocking. Also, it's very strange. She has 2 different voices. Don't fully understand how that works. First, she sounds kind of old, and then she doesn't. So, I think it might be kind of an act for her fortune teller thingy. I think it's a ruse.
Well, perhaps we can act together, and I'll go get my fortune read. Eli gives you a wink. And he's like, now, I, as you can see, I am very busy. Kicks his feet back up on his desk and blows a big ring of smoke up into the ceiling.
Very well. I exit.
I'm assuming you said you leave.
Yeah, I exit.
Yeah, I just didn't quite hear you.
I turn around, just walk away, kind of wave over my shoulder. Don't work too hard.
Me? Never.
And then I head to the tavern.
Don't forget to close the door.
I turn around and give it a kick with my foot. Then head to the tavern. Where I assume I meet up with the rest of my crew.
Yeah. I think that gives us a good point to wind down both the in-game day and the session is for you guys to hash out, do whatever carousing or whatever that you want to do and hash out what location you want to assign your crew to.
If I remember correctly, the third spot we found was a little closer. So it wouldn't be across
do we want to be in the tavern while we do this?
Yeah, I'll get the scene moved here.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll pull up the little descriptions that I had written for them as well. Tavern. There we go. Could not think of the word I wanted.
Sure that was what we had soft landed on, was that one, because it cut the costs down a little bit and had everything we wanted.
I think you're right.
Yes, that was, that on paper, checked all the boxes. There was one, noteworthy aside, which I'll be here. It'd be kind of nice. Well, I guess I see why it doesn't, but it would be nice if I could toggle it so when I move, pull your mini to a new board, it just move that board. Write that down. Oop. Nope.
I need a chair too. I'm short.
Okay. So, for build locations for you guys scouted, you discussed for Fort Leona's construction. There was the first one, which was within the distance band that you wanted, had all of the features that you wanted except for the lack of a spring, which you know, wasn't the worst like to start with, but it's probably the worst of the three that you did end up. Then there was one that was a bit further from town than you were originally hoping, maybe half dozen miles or so. That had like everything you wanted except for that. And then the last one was like you're not too hot, not too cold, just right. It was I forget the numbers exactly, but you know, 23 or whatever the number is miles from town, and had all of the like geographic features that you wanted. It had the spring was there on one side, and the deep drop off, the gentle approach and all that. So really your decision, having found, you know, two that both checked the boxes for features that you wanted, is just kind of startup cost versus I don't know, growth potential, I guess, for lack of a better word. So the one that's a little bit farther from town will be a little bit easier to like attract like peasantry to, because it's far enough away that it's like a little bit more of it's like like a distinct entity in and of itself, whereas the other one is, you know, a bit closer to town, and people are kind of like, I mean, I could just go. Not that people necessarily be living in the fort, but you know, like kind of in the fall section.
Right.
So you can be a bit cheaper, and I can double check what the number is on a bit, but you can be a bit cheaper and like a bit harder for attracting peasantry to, or you can be not actually more expensive. It's just the price as currently written, I think, but I can double check that too. But whatever, you can be a few % more expensive, but have a little bit better luck of attracting peasantry.
I think a little bit farther away would be good, especially like Rubato's lowering her costs on top of.
Yeah, and you didn't know that was a possibility yet when you were scouting locations.
As long as we keep Rubato alive anyway, but
Yeah, just gotta keep me alive long enough to get to that point.
So as it currently stands, that's right. The distance band is much bigger on that. So I'll come up with an exact number for you between now and the next session, because the distance band for that next one is 17 to 48 miles. Quite large. But regardless, anywhere in there is the same price modifier, which is 2%. So if you were to, in whatever order you accomplish them, but if you were to use Rubato's new magic on each of the strongholds bases, the net price 0.5.
Yeah, so we wouldn't get any money back, but we could be a little further away, which could be more beneficial in the long run.
Yeah, you do actually pay like So the price goes up by 0.5%, but also that's like 50 gold. If you actually not even, because the price isn't even 10,000. 10,000 is just the number, so it's like 7 gold.
What say you?
I like that option.
And then strongholds in and of themselves generate a little bit of revenue. It's not much because for the most part they operate, net neutral for paying their staff, but they do generate a little bit of income. So that what we'll do is we'll make up some sort of little mini game, probably based on the townsfolk system that we set up with Spio, for like essentially how well you're doing at attracting or not attracting like peasantry to your lands, and then we'll give a small bonus to the tax revenue generated by land. It will also pay off in the long run. I mean, we're not talking huge numbers. Like, you're not start buying magic items every month with extra money, but it'll add up over time.
Bag of holding, here I come.
Brother, it demands your tribute.
So yeah, that sounds like 2 votes for slightly further away. What about the rest of you?
Slightly further sounds good.
Well, even if I didn't want it, I'm outnumbered.
Well, sure, but I mean, you can still have thoughts, both in and out of character.
You can still argue in one way or another to try and sway other people.
I think it's the only
Russell, leaf, branch.
Yeah, broadly speaking, like I said, I'll lock in a number, but we're probably looking somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 miles out, plus or minus a little bit, kind of the middle of the band-ish. Because when you march, you travel 24 miles in a day, and you guys had to force march, so it's more than 24 miles. So I'll narrow it down on something, but approximately.
Yeah, he's fine with that. His primary concern is his mom. His mom's gonna be going, so he's like closer. Go to Capstone, but like more comfortable. He feels. But he's fine with it.
It sounds like it's settled.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with further away anyways, because that's closer to my home.
Which we still haven't found.
Yeah, we have to head that way. I think that's our next plan after
Don't
we
you
do a
guys
little
still have
in-town work.
that debt to Angela to pay off for something that you guys bought from her?
Yep.
Yeah, but I think that's after
No, I thought
built
that we
for
were gonna.
thing.
I thought we were gonna do that while we were waiting for it to build, because it would.
I thought we were going to go back to old Capstone while we were waiting for the fort to build.
You had temporarily talked about that, but
We can do either.
yeah, what do you guys want to do?
I do like that idea too.
Because we have to go north anyway, so if we in old Capstone would be closer, right?
So, but it's more east, isn't it?
Yeah, so here I'll pop up the map really quick. The old Capstone is northeast, kind of bordering on east northeast, and the fort location is pretty much exactly north.
Mm-hmm. But where we're planning to go that's north would that be farther?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's off the
a lot.
map.
Yeah, that's going to be quite the jaunt.
Yeah, you're going more. Well, I guess it's it's fog of war on the map, but you're going up there.
Like if we go to Old Capstone, and then we would be close enough to like go back to the fort if we needed to drop something off or do something.
Well, what I'm saying is it's essentially a Y shape. So like Capstone is like the bottom prong of the Y. Old Capstone is like the top right prong of the Y, and Fort Leona's location.
Yeah.
So it'd be just as fast to just go back to Capstone at that point.
They're more or less equidistant from each other.
Yeah. But I thought the original plan was we were going to head up north to my homelands to drop off Angela's request, as well as see if what's going on there. The
That's
old
fine by me
Capstone
too.
thing definitely sounds like fun, and I do want to go see what's going on in that little dungeon we had found. But I don't think it was high priority.
Here wants more rugs.
Well, I left some paintings in there too. I gotta go in and get.
I like the idea of going to Old Capstone as well, but both of those options are good for me because one is going towards my home, and the other one is going towards interesting, creepy magic thingies.
Well, let's say the rest of it.
Well, I would also like to go find my brother eventually.
Well, my understanding at least was that you guys were kind of combining trips there, and that you were going to go.
Yeah, I thought we were going to go do your thing, Rubato, and then like just continue going north since we're already that way.
Yeah.
So like, if we want to do that right now and then come back.
Let's do that.
Like if we want to do both, that's fine.
I know Mandy would want to investigate the rat.
I know.
Right.
Let's go. So we just want to head all the way up north then?
Yeah, let's do that.
I think overall that's the best plan.
Is there like a more of a path that goes that way than like do they trade with each other? Like, would there be like a way to go on like
they do
some
trade,
road,
but it's like the kingdoms are like they're not closed borders, but they're not super open borders either. So it's more of like a path of convenience than a road.
But like we could buy like a cart or something if we wanted. Oh, we don't have any horses here. Well, we could buy like an ox though, right?
Yeah.
We have a horse.
Because if it's gonna be quite a ways, I don't know if I want to walk that far, guys. Like maybe invest in like an ox and a cart or something.
It's a great walk.
And then we have something to. Well, you got lost, or. And then like we have like a cart since we're gonna be farther away from stuff to store some of our things.
Yeah, we still have that tent, right?
No.
I think we got rid of that thing.
Remember that had your pestilent orc wrapped up in it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, waiting for that replacement.
I hope somebody burned that thing.
How much would that still cost?
Get gold or something, I think. It was
Cart.
10 does not cost a gold.
No? Oh.
10 gold.
Oh.
10. Jeez.
A card is going to be...
That's not... That's like a...
Yeah, that's a card's going to be about 15 gold.
To rent?
To buy, to own. Or would it be something potentially to look at, like seeing if there's like a trading caravan, or I don't know, finding someone who's going up there anyway and then getting paid to go up there with them?
That's not a bad idea.
Make some money while going in the direction we want.
That is something I could use.
It would and obviously this may change, like both your opinions may change, and also, there's a lot of miles between here and there that may result in this changing. But at least as far as kind of an initial plan goes, would you be thinking of going up into the winter woods first, and then like looping back down around to Rubato's home, or going through Rubato's first and then going up? Well, and it's all in the same general area, but I guess which one would you think about first? Is there it would be, I guess you can also do some exploration of this in character, but it would be more likely if you're going to try and mercenary yourselves to a caravan, it would be a lot easier to find something going to somewhere up in Elven going over where. It's not to say you couldn't go part way with the caravan and then break off, although obviously you have to convince the caravan.
It would be nice to try and get. I guess we never met up with the Woes to see if they would be able to join the band or anyone.
Like Hello Thrill, and
as much as I would love to do that, and of course if it works out to where they can, that would be spectacular. And that was initially part of our plan with inviting them, but they, in the intervening space, have launched their own game that plays about every other Saturday. So that makes it significantly harder to. At the time when we first had them with us, they had a lot more. They didn't really have like specific commitments on Saturdays, so they could fit in. So I can pretty much tell them like, hey, these are the days we're thinking about playing, like, and that. They, with a few exceptions. But I think now that would be much more trying to juggle 9 people than it was before.
And looking at it now, we'd probably want a carriage. I don't know if we could do a cart. I don't think we would actually be able to ride in. It would just be to like lug stuff around.
That's also looking at like full out buying it, right? Could we do like a rental or a lease?
I don't trust our adventures to rent something to use.
And just to be clear really quickly, if any of them are here, we would be happy to have them, and if we can make it work schedule wise, like that would be great. But I don't want anybody to hold themselves in the expectation that because they have their own commitments that they rightfully need to prioritize.
Could we get like a wagon that has like benches instead of like it says a 4-wheeled open vehicle for transporting heavy loads? Like, could we just like
strap 2 benches to a couple of wheels?
To kinda like strap
that sounds about like effective as getting a goat.
I mean, also if we get like a carriage, like people could sleep in that.
Whoops.
It says a wagon it's a 4-wheeled open vehicle for transporting heavy loads. Because of the harness needed to pull it. It doesn't give any. And then the carriage specifically talking about like being able to have like people on it.
Rouge.
Yes.
I have a feeling that Bahir is more of a glamper than a camper.
That's been established for a while now.
He wants to buy a wagon.
What do you mean?
To sleep in.
No, he wants a carriage. He might settle for a wagon.
Rouge. I can't even. I'm gonna go buy another bottle of wine.
You guys want to walk the whole way up there?
And
then not have anything to put our stuff in?
Walking builds character.
Alan Dyke's literally on a horse the whole time we're out there.
Because his horse is useful in battle.
How much would it cost to get everything that Bahir wants?
So if you're talking about buying, so just the contraptions themselves, you have a cart, so like a 2-wheeled cart, I'm taking my hay to market kind of cart, which you could theoretically use, but obviously capacity is significantly less, is 15 gold plus a single beast of burden to pull it. Then you have wagon, which is 35 gold, requiring 2 beasts of burden.
How much is...
and then carriage is 100 gold, which can transport 4 people in an enclosed cab plus 2 drivers, requiring 2.
Let's just buy a couple of
Actually, wait,
tents.
but it is worth noting that's interesting. So the carriage isn't actually that much more expensive because the carriage comes with the harness. I thought it's with the horses. Just kidding. Okay, comes with the harness.
Oh, man.
How much weight can a goat pay?
I return to the table with a bottle of wine and just start drinking from it.
How much do the beasts of burden cost if we had to buy 2 of them?
That's the expensive part. That's what I'm
I
saying.
couldn't find that.
Goat cost.
I'm broke at this point, so
Wealth and
Because-
money.
this is all on you guys.
But
Here, Rubato, have some wine.
Thank you.
But here and I were discussing this beforehand.
I just passed the bottles. I'm just drinking from the bottle at this point.
Okay, it's
I've-
15 gold is an ox.
And that would be like the ideal animal to tow a carriage around.
I mean, it could be horses, donkeys, mules, a number of other things.
I mean,
but
Well, I feel like an ox is way stronger than a donkey.
Alondite,
They'll go for longer, I think.
Alondite, are you listening? A carriage is going to slow us down.
Rubato moves.
If we get into a fight, we're going to have to defend the carriage.
Into the carriage, we will move faster.
We wouldn't necessarily have to defend the carriage. I mean,
If Rubato's in the carriage and the horses get spooked by what we're fighting, Rubato's gone and we don't have him helping us fight.
Mules only cost 8 gold each.
I'm recommending oxes, not horses, and I'm not an animalologist, but I don't think oxes get spooked as easily as horses do.
Or they get eaten and then the carriage is stuck there and we can't move it.
Okay.
Can we just be logical?
Hold on. Can we figure out how much?
Alondite's horse has survived this long. Why couldn't the pair of oxes?
Because the horse is being used to fight. And it can move faster.
The reason why the oxes would be more likely to survive.
Okay, hold on.
Alondite.
I might be on their side for this. First of all,
and I've spent like virtually none of my earnings since I've joined this party. So I might be able to purchase this entire thing. I'll be broke afterwards. I'll have zero.
For the record, if y'all waste your money on this and then it goes south during a fight, I am not defending any of them.
Complain. I won't complain. I just need to know how much it costs to buy 2 oxes.
It'd be 30 gold for the pair.
Plural.
I have.
Congratulations on enabling people to be not. Yeah, this is not going to work.
Gosh, hear this, but this is a counter argument. Think about all of the arming wear that we could get and fit on this, and not have to.
So I believe I have approximately 120 gold. So I could get the carriage. And if you guys would allow me to keep some of my earnings, then you guys can cover the rest.
We're going through the wilderness. What if it gets stuck and we can't move it?
No, that's what I was asking about, like a path that is like available, because the people I asked around here at the tavern said there's like sort of a path that's like
we would need a path to get to the fort anyway.
That goes there for like convenience.
Go. You know what? You all do what you want. Fine.
And
I will just be there saying I told you so.
Through the forest with our carriage here.
Okay, what is your concern about it being attacked by who or what? Animals or
animals, orcs, goblins, whatever.
Okay, but
giant pumas.
So your primary concern would be wild animals?
Everything we've encountered during our fights.
Well, our last few fights have been like less humanoid type things and some, more wild animal type things. So I've been dabbling with my craft. All right. Don't know if you noticed this earlier, but there happened to be a tree outside of that store that we went to. I'm not saying that tree was me. That tree might have been me. All right.
No, that tree.
I've been communing with my spirit guide to try and bolster my capabilities as a spirit shaman, and a few spells that I have been working on.
I will agree on this on 2 conditions. One,
Okay.
we're only using it to go between our 2 locations. And 2, if anything goes south, it's not coming out of the party money.
That's fine. And I was never intending on this being,
when we get party money.
I was never intending on this being an adventuring into the wilderness unknown territory type thing.
It's for roads.
City to
So
city
it's
type thing,
only
town
when
to
we're like,
town.
if we're just going somewhere on like we're not dragging this thing up north.
No, well, we're taking it north to like the elf places, but it's gonna be on like paths. We're not going to take it to like Old Capstone, for example, because there's not really a path that goes there anymore.
Oh, we're not? Oh, okay.
No.
See, now Alonda, it's like, I don't know now.
And to reiterate, just so we're clear, like I said, we're talking paths of convenience here, which might be anywhere between like trodden grass and, muddy track.
Which is
that's
perfect
when we use not necessarily true, but here that's when we use our logic and reasoning. Okay, if this path is less than desirable even for a couple of ox, we're not going to take the path. We'll figure something else out.
Corduroy roads, right?
All right, so of all the people speaking in favor of this right now, Druge is making the most sense. So I will go based off of Druge's recommendation.
I will purchase the caravan or carriage or whatever it's called, the thing that we can all sleep in. But you guys have to purchase
I could buy the ox.
And you guys have to purchase the food to maintain the ox.
Oh, that's right. How much is that?
That's on you guys.
If I buy a tent, can we drape it on the back of this thing and actually use it as a caravan, or is that just what a caravan is?
Well,
does the carriage come with
the carriage has like a roof and
cover already?
Yeah,
it's
it's a little mobile room. It's like, I don't know, 3 or 4 feet wide by like 4 or 5 feet.
Yeah, it says it seats 4 people though, so we might need a tent anyway.
It's a Cinderella.
Well, I mean, if someone's
like 2 drivers,
someone's gonna have to take watch at some point anyway. So
what holds more and weighs less? Does a wagon hold more and weigh less?
Well, the wagon doesn't necessarily hold people. Like it's like I could, but like a wagon doesn't have like like somewhere to sit.
Was the wagon the one right below the carriage?
I'm willing to compromise here. This is a compromise for your flipping wagon.
Okay, I'm confused. Why are we compromising when Drew just paying for the whole thing?
Is it not party gold?
No,
I'm
gold.
Paying.
He's using his gold for it.
He's using his own money.
You guys, so I have like all of my
his gold is our gold.
No. There's the party gold.
No,
and then we all have it.
No.
I'm going to pay for the oxen. So.
Oh, I see what's saying.
I'm using my gold.
Saying that she doesn't want any of the party gold spent on it ever.
But if we could shove more in a wagon that like is designed to hold it, and we could just drape a tent over the back of it.
I don't know if a wagon. A carriage is designed to hold 4 people inside, and then two drivers up front. I would imagine that if it can hold 4 people inside, it's designed to hold more than what a wagon would.
Quite roomy, yeah.
Normally, there's
chairs
a
of fabric and all fancy.
If you're just concerned about who's going to get the biggest section of the carriage for sleeping, we'll give it to you.
Little house on the prairie type of wagon, like the bandit on top, and then like benches inside on each side.
I mean, you could probably make that for a little bit extra, but yeah, this is it as is priced. It's just a flatbed wagon.
If I can finish scribing this scroll, I could make fancier seats than that. Come on. Which the whole time you guys are arguing, I'm sitting here with my books and papers, sharing the bottle with Scott.
You know,
And
delegating.
I'm gonna turn to Rubato and I'm gonna ask him if I would be wasting my money purchasing this carriage based off of what you just said.
Rubato,
Can you turn a wagon into... Rubato, could you turn the wagon into a carriage?
Oh, I don't think I'd be that good at it. It'd be the first time I'd use the spell.
Okay, then I'm purchasing the carriage. Settled.
Just
I
saying,
don't want to
could
hear
probably-
anybody. I don't want to hear anything from anybody else or purchasing it. I'm paying the 100 gold for it.
besides when you're not
Okay.
adventuring with it, you can have Bahir's valets drive your mom around in it.
Exactly.
Ooh, yes.
Thinking about valets, maybe we should take one. And they can drive the carriage.
Probably
Which one
take
do you,
take one that can protect itself.
I was going to say, which one do you think is better for cannon
Service.
fodder?
Oh, definitely. I think Zara would be better to take. I don't think Eyeless is that kind of gal.
I think
I
we
mean, you
should
should make the
Iris
trip
then.
more fun.
So I can catfight.
I'll go ask Zara. I'm like, hey Zara, we're gonna be going up north. I would like to, have you ever driven a carriage before? It can't be that hard, right? You just go that way, ox, and they go that way,
I feel like it's a handle
I'm sh-
animal check
If I
though.
had to make an educated guess, I would assume that Alendite would be the best at teaching someone how to control an animal as far as travel goes. I know sitting in front of a carriage and having a harness to guide an animal is not the same as sitting on top of a horse, but I feel like Alendite can test it out himself first, and then once he figures it out, he can teach Zara, whoever this person is, how to guide the animal using basics.
All you gotta do is drive the carriage, feed the ox, and then if something ever happens, we get the scrap, just jump in the back of the carriage. You can hang out back there. Kitty.
He's in a timeout.
You struggle
snuggle.
snuggling?
Yep. Okay, so I'll write that down for things to look at for next time is whether or not Zara has any pre-existing skill with that.
You were gone, Alendite.
And if she doesn't, I would go and ask Eyeless instead.
Also,
But the plan
we're
is
getting
we-
a little bit of, I don't know, it sounds almost like a smoke detector, low battery or something coming through somebody's microphone.
Yeah, I'm hearing that beep as well.
Yeah, me too.
Ooh. I don't hear it.
It's intermittent, but like a couple times a minute for the last couple minutes.
Weird. Maybe it is my smoke detector. If I'm not the one hearing it, and everyone else is.
Let me pull out my wizard math for you real quick.
Well, so what you did there, Mendez, does work, except if you scroll back up enough, I converted it using saffron. Was where I started with that.
Yeah, I hadn't converted it over to saffron, but yeah, that's what made me think about it. 15 gold.
The amount of gold in a D&D gold coin would have to be absolutely minuscule, like barely even leafing.
But yeah, Alendite, you are charged with the responsibility of learning how to control the ox that we're going to purchase under the harness in front of the carriage. And then once you get a hang of the basics, you are then charged with teaching whoever Bahir manages to pull out of his butt to come with us and be our chauffeur as we journey.
Mm-hmm.
I figured you're the best option. You ride a horse. You know what you're doing. I know it's not the same, but I figured you'd be the best bet out of all of us to get a hang of that.
But then what's Amina doing?
I'm not saying
Well, no.
he's actively gonna, he's like,
Yeah.
while we're still in town, he's gonna figure out how to get the hang of it.
He's gonna show Zara how to do it
Mhm.
if she doesn't know what she's doing.
Should Amina stay back, or you think one of you could handle her?
No, we're not going to be adventuring until you figure it out, and then you're able to teach just the basics, and then you're able to teach one of Bahir's employees how to do it. And then once we have someone that can control the carriage and the ox that are pulling it,
Mm-hmm.
then we will start the adventure. So you can still ride on Amina. We have one of Bahir's employees driving the carriage, and then we're all just hanging out inside the carriage and or walking next to it, whatever the case may be.
As a safety precaution, you don't think we should have just one backup?
What do you
What do
mean?
you mean backup?
You know, just in case what's his face there, Mr. Chauffeur, decides to kick the bucket.
Kitty.
Oh, you mean
to
bring like
take
an
both
extra
of my
chauffeur?
chauffeurs?
I mean, I wouldn't be
What do
opposed to it,
you're
but that's a call
planning
that
on
Bahir has to make.
Zara to die?
Plan for the best.
Would we not protect her?
Want the
All
best,
right.
plan for the worst?
I'm gonna
Is that how it
give
goes?
you an ultimatum.
No.
I'm gonna give you an ultimatum. Either you bring both of your chauffeurs and I purchase this carriage, or you bring one of your chauffeurs and you find someone else to purchase this carriage.
But then there's not enough seats in the carriage for people to sit in.
There's 4 in the back and 2 in the front.
4 in the back and 2 in the front. So both of my valets would be in the front driving it. It would be what?
My
Gabash,
simple request
Rubato,
is
me,
having one
George,
of you learn to ride
Okay.
a horse.
and then Alan that's driving the horse.
Oh,
This
if
guy's
you want
on
one of
horse.
us, if you want one of us to learn, I'm perfectly fine with
At least learn to ride
learning how.
I have
Oh,
experience.
I
riding
wasn't
Amina.
talking about learning how to ride Amina. I was talking about learning how to control the ox as it pulls the carriage.
Whatever's easier.
Do I have that?
At this point, Skabosh is just totally checked out. She's like done with the conversation.
Well, Gabash, you can
I don't
walk.
know. I don't know what I would need, but I do have handle animal and ride.
And then you can sleep
Yeah,
outside.
I mean, it's a combination of the two, but mostly handle animal for this use.
I have a 0 bonus to that and a 1 bonus to ride. But yeah, I am fine with learning how to either ride a medium, which I feel like would take a long time, or just learn how to control the ox as they're pulling the carriage.
All right, yeah, that works. I can spend some time with you. At least it is my profession, riding instructing. So
Nice.
Sounds like you guys figured stuff out. I'm still scribbling and
Drinking.
drinking.
You know the best part, Rubato, is if we find another spell and we're moving around, you can sit in the back of the carriage and sit there and scribble around all you want.
That's very true.
Well, sort of true.
Well,
Just need 100 gold worth of magical ink to do it. If I remember correctly, cantrips are like either literally free or functionally free, but I think the other spell is 100 gold per page.
reading it was 100 flat. Where did that page go?
Well, Maybe we'll find 100 gold Rubato and you can trade it with the elves, and on the way back you'll have.
Well, I mean, of course, you might find the magical ink. I mean, there's a number of other ways around that too. But just talking about the, like I purchased scroll, I purchased materials, I put it in book.
So, Mercy, I got a question for you.
Yo.
If I was to just buy a flask and then dip it in the holy water font, is that okay with you? Or do I got to buy the up-priced 25 gold piece holy water flask?
Holy water's I think being a paladin of the church, you probably want to, check with the local chaplain or whatever before you just go sink a flask in it. But broadly speaking, that would be fine.
All right.
What is everyone else actively doing right now? Drew's is trying to do something.
Skabosh is just drinking.
I mean, yeah, that was mainly it. I just wanted to wind down and work out any logistics, slash.
What does Juge want to
figure out?
So
the
Skabosh is drinking, not paying attention. What's Rubato doing?
Oh, I'm not paying attention to the conversation. I'm still looking around the room.
You're scanning the room, though. There's going to be periods of time where you're not looking in a certain direction. What's Rubato doing?
I'm trying to scribe this spell.
So you're like head down, looking into a piece of paper?
Yep, and drinking the bottle with Skabosh. But yeah, I've been throwing comments up here and there in the discussion, but mostly I'm focused on my books and papers.
All right, what's Behir doing?
Probably just sitting down, drinking a nice cup, maybe talking out, chat.
What sound like doing? Ignoring Behir.
Rude.
All right, Drew's just like, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pee real quick, and then like disappears off, and then he goes around the corner of a post. So you don't see him, and then he like peeks around the corner, and you guys aren't paying attention. He comes back, assuming this is the table that you're actually at, and there's like a post right here. He like sneaks around. He's kneeling down, and all of a sudden you guys see a. Hold on, let me see 1 second. All of a sudden, you guys see a large dead tree trunk with a small number of limbs. And
just in the tavern.
Rubato, have we been drinking too much of this wine?
Yes.
You look up, and you don't know where I am, and you're looking around, and you don't like stare at it, but it's just there.
How is there? I get up and I walk over to it. I just like.
It almost looks like a chair, like a seat.
I tap it with my dagger. No, I don't poke it. I just kind of tap it to make sure it's real.
I mean, it feels like a tree stump.
Well, I'm
like
stuck here standing. I'm gonna go ahead and have a seat. Take a load off.
What are you doing here? What are you sitting on?
I'm sitting on the stump.
What? Why?
Because there's not enough chairs in this tavern.
Why is there a stump in the tavern? And why are you sitting on it?
You've never seen the furniture for sale down the road that's like a stump that's like polished.
And where did Druge go?
Wrong. That's a chopping block. Come on, guys.
Wait, where did Druge go?
Why would a chopping block be inside of the tavern?
I mean, they do. Maybe it's where they wouldn't chop meat out here.
Why would it be in the middle of the
that makes no sense.
Area? Yeah, it's clearly a chair that they brought in here and set down.
Relocated. I don't know.
Is this one of those weird like rich people fashions? Use dead tree stumps as furniture?
Of course.
Wait. You guys pay money for dead tree stumps? You could just go into the woods
because you put.
It's like how that old bogwood is somehow worth like insane amounts of money.
It's one of those inspirational art pieces that's meant for you to ponder its existence. Like, what does it make you think when
It
you
makes
see
you
Rubato.
feel more in nature, Skabosh.
Rubato, I have a great proposition for you. And instead of our other side project, maybe we could have two side projects. The other one, you can make dead tree stump furniture for rich people.
Ooh. You know, to be fair, I'm not really good at cutting up wood, though.
But
You got to cast your new spell on this weird stump, and then it just lets out this horrific scream.
but you could convert a chair into a tree stump.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Oh,
We
Very
could,
true. I could definitely do that.
so we could make so much money with your new spell.
and we just go to wherever Bahir is from and sell it like hotcakes to all of his rich friends.
That's a great idea.
exotic imported wood.
I, you know, that actually might be a better idea than the liquor. Although the liquor is a lot more fun because it does blow up.
We could do both.
What now?
Nothing, don't worry about it. He's drunk.
Yeah, you kick me under the table.
We're just really drunk. It's okay.
I don't know what's happening.
I think he meant the Molotov. He meant the Molotov cocktail reagents that he knows how to make.
Probably not called Molotov cocktails in the world, but
Whatever.
They sure tasted like that.
They're Rubato cocktails. Thank you very much.
They're fireballs.
I
Wizard cast fireball.
Yes.
All right. That has been fun. Is there anything else that we need to handle logistically before we wind
So
up?
is the tree stump just going to be a tree stump the whole rest of the night?
For 3 hours approximately.
Oh, God.
Can you end it early?
Yeah,
Okay.
you can use. It says you can use dismiss tree shape as a free action.
Okay. I was gonna say that could get bad in a hurry.
Just sitting on
I don't know if
Druge.
he has it available. You have detect magic, right, Rubato?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. If he used it, I don't know if everyone would be able to see it, but it says if detect magic reveals a faint transmutation on the tree. So I don't know if everyone would be able to see it or just him.
Yeah, just
But
well, anybody.
so yeah, he would be able to. Yeah, he would be able to see that it's like me curled up in a little ball in there.
I mean, honestly, even though it is also silly, which I like, because of the different ways that Druge and Rubato learn new spells and access their spells and whatnot. I actually really like Druge like experimenting around with his magic because that's a little bit more how it works for him anyway. So it is both silly, but also actually like not as out of character as it might seem like at first blush. Like I dig it.
Yeah, it completely makes sense.
Yeah, and when Subash poked me, I was like, all right, fine, go ahead. Because right here it says you gain a +10 natural armor bonus to AC.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was more like a tap tap tap, like I'd been knocking on a door.
But I have a dexterity score and a speed of 0. So can't do anything, you can't move. You can stab me, it won't hurt, but I can't do anything.
What's that, barkeep? You want me to chop it up for firewood? All right.
You're also immune to critical hits.
Yeah, that's true.
Nice.
I love the description of it too.
Does it still have your hit points, or is it like a different set of hit points?
Well, it does say, while in tree form, you can observe what transpires around you. If you're in normal form, your hit points and save bonuses remain unaffected. Oh, so I don't gain anything. And you can kill me, but it takes a lot more to kill me.
Yeah, he has +10 natural armor.
Duty.
So the AC to successfully land a hit is very difficult. Which also, arguably, if you are actually a tree, then you probably also have hardness, which is damage reduction. So it's probably actually.
And I'm sitting on him.
But yeah, Druge, it's not spoiling anything, but Because I messaged Mendez earlier, and I was saying that Mercy and I had a conversation a few weeks ago about how spirit shamans actually like. I thought I only had access to limited spells, but Mercy found out that I didn't. So now Druge also found out that he didn't, and he is going through the entire Rolodex of spells that he has access to, and every day he's messing with new ones. Today it was tree shape.
It's kind of a weird hybrid class. It's not quite a prepared spellcaster, but also not quite a spontaneous spellcaster. They're kind of in between. So he once. I mean, I guess I don't know. Do you mind if I say how it works, or do you want me not to?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. That's fine.
So like he prays to, communes with, however exactly you want to like describe that, his like spirit animal, and then it actually like goes into I forget I think it's the astral plane, but whatever, some such thing. And it goes and like fetches the magics for him, and then like brings it to him, and then he can, and then those are the spells that he has access to. But within that,
it picks for him.
No, he does. Yeah, he like asks him to.
Gotcha.
But then within that, so then what it does is he prepares, if you will, that list of spells, but then those spells function like a sorcerer spell's known. So he doesn't ask it to fetch like 3 castings of Entangling Roots. He just asks it to fetch Entangling Roots and Tree Form and whatever, and then he can cast Entangling Roots like, you know, however many spells he has per day, 4 times per day if he wants. Like how. Like I said, it's kind of in between. They have like the unlimited spells, if you will, of a wizard, that they do still like have to pick in the morning, but they have the casting flexibility.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think it's on the Spirit Shaman page. It specifically says something about I have to pick a time of day where I meditate for an hour, and within that hour is when my spirit guide goes and collects all of these spells that I'm requesting.
And, you know, I mean, for
That's
flavor,
fabulous.
like, you know, with what you're doing right now, it's probably more of like, you probably are kind of asking it like, hey, like, pick something for me. You know, it's like what would be realistically happening in world, a little bit of like, hey, like, whoa, I'm a tree. You know? You know, some of them obviously you would think of and request it like, hey, like, actually, could I like become like a rock or a tree or whatever, you know, and then it would go and do that. But some of it is also probably like, you know, in world would be like more random than that, because like actual Druge doesn't have access to the SRD. You know. So he's not picking through a list in the way that you are.
Yeah,
Scrolling through that Rolodex.
Yeah, no, I love it. That's hilarious.
Yeah, and the tree shape, it specifically says a living tree, a shrub, or a dead tree trunk. So I picked tree when we were in the alleyway, and here I figured the tree trunk would just look like something to sit on. So he's messing with you guys.
I would totally just be a shrubbery at all times if it was Rubato. Always shrubbery.
I do love that it specifies with a small number of limbs.
Yeah.
Specifically for the dead tree. So I get what they're going for, but it's just kind of like unnecessarily specific, because the large living tree, presumably that doesn't just have a small number of limbs. You know, like that's a large living tree as you would expected that to look.
I said, I imagine each one of these forms still has a hint of the classic Druge thumbs up.
Yeah, there's like a knot somewhere, one of the branches. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Love it.
That's fantastic. All right. Well, thank you guys. It's been a lot of fun. We can, I guess, does anybody know right now of any dates that we need to miss for February? I know Amras has this thing posted, so we can look at that.
I should be good for whatever.
Will be out. Well, I guess I don't actually know, because Valentine's Day is Friday, not the Saturday. But obviously that Friday or that Saturday might be a little harder for people to commit to.
My plan is for us doing some sort of Valentine Friday.
Okay. gonna be tough to go out anywhere. We could try.
I'm probably not good for the 22nd. I'll have to check on the rest though.
My schedule is going to completely change because right now it's Monday through Friday.
Right.
As soon as you graduate and hit the floor, it's 48 hours on, 96 hours off. So 2 days on, 4 days off.
Okay.
I have no idea.
But I was, do you know, schedule. Like once you start, that is like your rotation fairly locked in.
As far as the 2 days on, 4 days off,
yeah.
You essentially know once you figure out what shift you're going on, you know your shift or your schedule for basically the entire year.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, that's like overall that'll be good. Like it might be a little harder to work around in that. Like obviously it will hit some weekends, but at the same time you'll also know, like like you said, really until infinity theoretically, like what days are going to be working.
You're just going to start playing at the fire hall.
Yeah, in the middle of the session, you're going to hear tones go off and not want to disappear. 3 hours later.
Oh, he's been his spirit bird sucked him into the astral plane. I mean, honestly, like if that was what we had to do to play with you, I would do that over having to stop playing. Like,
yeah.
We could work with that.
Obviously, hopefully, it doesn't come to that, but like there are ways around it. Like, yeah, it might get a little bit cornier in world, but like I would happily do that. Like to play with you.
We can Ashley Johnson this.
What's that?
Definitely.
We can Ashley Johnson.
Shouldn't get that bad.
What'd you say, Drew?
Shouldn't get that bad.
Yeah.
But all right, we have planned. We have gained some fun things, and apparently, we're buying a carriage.
Yeah.
We have grown so hard this session.
Which I think will be very beneficial.
It will be a lot more comfortable for my tiny feet, yes.
and it seemed everything that we did leading up to getting back to Capstone before the big fight, it was always, how many of this can I carry? How many of that? Okay, we were like consolidating and, okay, who can carry this? Who can carry that? What can we throw on Amina?
Right.
I'm sure we could throw like 10 orc burritos inside the carriage and we won't have to worry about it.
We're going to need a lot more tents.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it is good. I think it is fun both in and out of character, and it'll also probably save us some like meta planning time too.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's a smart move.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I have to use the restroom.
Yeah.
It has been a pleasure.
It has always. Indeed. Thank you all, and congratulations again, Drew.
Congrats, Drew.
Thank you.
Congrats,
yeah, made it over the hill.
Mm-hmm.
The 31st is graduation, right?
Mm-hmm. I'll make sure to post pictures and videos.
I mean, hopefully we'll catch each other between now and then. But if for some reason not, have so much fun.
All right.
Good night,
Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Night.
Good night.
Oh, that was great. I like kind of riding the roller coaster of 1 or 2 in town, like a little bit more role play heavy sessions, and then a couple of combat sessions. And I think it's fun to kind of dip in and out of that from a pacing standpoint. So that being said, I know not everybody loves town, not everybody loves combat. So hopefully over time we continue to hit on beats that everybody enjoys. We just want to say thank you so much for being here.